just check my mic. Good morning, everyone. Day 6, United States Aerobatic Championships cranking away 2025. It's been an exciting week. Lots of unbelievable flying. We finished up all the categories. We're wrapping up advanced today, and then the unlimited 4-minute freestyle. I have to say, Marco, is some of the most exciting flying I have seen in years, and what an exciting close to this wonderful week of aerobatic competition out in Salina, Kansas, as the low lines commence for the advanced category. Good morning, Marco.
Good morning. Yeah, it's been a awesome week. A lot of great flying, and it is a gorgeous Friday, and what a day to end the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships for 2025 on. And what's even better, it's an unknown.
It's an unknown, and let me tell you, folks, everybody just tuning in with that fresh cup of coffee. Mark and I both sucking back a little Joe this morning. We started early around 4:30 with a big old hearty breakfast as these low lines come back around. The weather's great. It's very comfortable out here, 63 degrees. No winds right now. However, the winds are forecast to increase. But right now, folks, it's going to be a tight one in the advanced category. We got Marty Florenoi, John Hartmann, and Michael Lince all sitting 1, 2, and 3. But as we all know, the unknown flight can completely shake up a category. We saw that in Unlimited yesterday. Lots of zeros in Unlimited, lots of video reviews. But we would like to give a huge congratulations to Jeff Bourbon, our new U.S. National Unlimited Aerobatic Champion, followed by Craig Gifford, number 2, right there with Jeff and A.J. Wilder. A wonderful gentleman, wonderful pilot, finished up a strong 3rd with a beautiful, well-flown, unknown flight. Again, folks, these low lines, we do them every day for every category, getting the judges a good eye of what they need to see as far as the base of the box. Here again, advanced, they can go down to 600 feet. When you see the wings dip, as we just saw in that northwest corner, that's indicating the edge of the back of the box. So usually they mark the back of the box, the front of the box as they come back around from the north to south, and they'll mark the middle of the box. And so the judges, it gives them a good perspective of where the airplane should be in this magical cube of air that all these pilots are flying in, and to help the positioning of each figure for the judges, because it varies with category. As the higher the category, the lower the base of the floor gets for the pilot. Pilot number 1 today, in the powered unknown number 2, flying sequence E, is going to be Barrett Hines, as he comes across here again, marking the low lines, 600 feet going away from us. There was the center. We should have the back of the box marked. Each pilot has a choice of which unknown sequence they so choose to fly. Just to give you a quick rundown how this works, all the pilots submit figures in a figure submission meeting that we have, and usually it's based on order of finish. Sometimes we'll do random draw, but these pilots come up with figures that are in the rule book that are legal. They put figure 1 through 10 on a board. All the figures are approved by a jury, and then the pilots then have to take these figures and link them together to form a sequence. And so a lot of times you'll have 3, 5, 10 different sequences to pick from, and you pick the sequence that you think works best for your airplane, your ability, your style. So today we're going to see 3 different sequences. We got an E sequence, a B sequence, and a C sequence. And so that's what these 10 pilots are going to be flying today in the powered advanced category. So I got a feeling Marco and I today are probably going to have some pretty awesome commentary, because I think there could possibly be some carnage. We never know. It's what it is. But I'm hoping the best for each of these pilots as Barrett comes around. That beautiful sun is coming up behind us in the east to start this day off as Barrett Hines comes in for his safety maneuver. checking the straps, continuity controls, as all the pilots have been doing all week long. Again, a fabulous week. Tonight we're going to wrap this awesome week up at the Hilton. They've been providing one of the hotels of accommodation for all the pilots and volunteers, a wonderful banquet. Last night we had a superb auction, raised a lot of money for the IAC, auctioned off some beautiful quilts and posters, medal ceremony, some wonderful tacos provided, great evening and camaraderie. Can't say enough to all the organizers, all the people behind the scenes. Chad Colson, just remarkable contest director. He has done a fabulous job, and as he would say if he was standing here, it's because of his team, and he's so right. He's got a great team behind him, just making this contest run so smooth. It's been a wonderful week, no weather delays. Every day we finish on time. They pushed it yesterday to sunset, but they got all the flying in, all the starters, thanks to Dale and Doug, Alan Bush, a 50-year aerobatic competition pilot here helping out, helping the younger generation.
So I think Barrett Hines starting out with form Echo. He's climbing up to the top of the box there to got done with his safety figures, got the seatbelt check going up, getting himself set up for the first figure in here, and it looks like he's starting out with one of the compulsory figures here. It's a P loop with a 2 of 2, half roll with a big push out again, as we saw with the last one, a very push heavy, but it looks like well, actually I was going to say it's only the beginning, but there's also another big push later in the sequence. So again, these guys are going to have to really get ready for a physical workout here with 14 figures.
It's a tough one. There's 1, 2, and 3 wing wags as Barrett Hines comes in. As Marco says, real challenging sequence, folks. Advanced category has gotten extremely difficult over the years. Some very challenging figures as we go into figure 1, Marco.
Figure 1 being the half roll, 2 of 2. There's 2. He's going to pull around, creating a P loop, we call it. So it's basically a 3/4 of a loop, arcing over the top when he gets on this vertical down. He's going to do a half roll, heading back downwind with a big heavy push, and he's going to get on it right now. We're heading on to those seat belts. We're
big
trusting him. Now going into the square loop, he's going to have a full snap on top. So he's going to push up, ride this up, and he's got to take this, when he pushes over the top here, he's going to have to put this snap right in the middle of this square, and then try to keep every line equal, trying to build that speed up for the snap as he does. Waiting. You'll probably hear the power come out as he comes down, trying to help that radius on the way down. Pushing right away. Now he can't go right away because he's got to make sure he closes the square up to make it look like an actual square. And that,
another push. It's just a lot of pushing, Marco, right off. It's early in the morning.
He's leading the pack with it, that's for sure. Pushing it back around. And again, there's not really many, as we see here, not many cross-correcting figures in the sequence. So he's kind of up on the front of the box, so it's going to be interesting to see where he can put this loop. Right now, he's right over the judges, and he's taking a break. I think he's realized where he's at in the back, and he's realized, so just so everyone at home's listening, he took a break, and the reason why is because he's right over the top of the judges, and he's got this 8-point loop. And when you put these figures in a box, it's really important that you have them correctly in the box, otherwise you can get downgraded. So he was really close up on the judges, so when he flies this 8-point loop, the loop's not going to look like a loop, it'll look like an X shape, as well as because you're over top, it's really hard to see those points. So Barrett's going to climb back up, get himself repositioned, and put himself in a better position for this 8-point loop.
Yeah,
but,
Mark,
you know,
that's a good point. I don't mean to interrupt you there, but as far as, like, you're right, there's not a lot of figures in this sequence to take you along the y-axis, which is back and forth, away and to from the judges. It's just left to right. So if you get out of position, it can really be challenging unless you're good at sliding the airplane back across as he comes back in, wing wags, signal his restart of the sequence. A little bit further away, more pleasant on the eye for all the judges. You just can't be on top of him. Your scores will suffer heavily as he goes into figure number 5.
Yep, he's going straight to 8-point, trying to get those points around.
He's into the loop. I'm sorry.
Yeah, trying to go into the loop here. It looks like he's got all 8 points in there. He's going to carry on to the next compulsory figure. Now, it's just a hammerhead with a quarter up, 3/4 roll down, but because of the way these quarter rolls and the 3/4 is going to work, he's going to go quarter right, and when he hammers, it'll be a 3/4 left. So it makes it kind of confusing to the pilot sometimes which way they should go. So we should expect to see a 3/4 left roll here. And we do. Good job, Barrett. Going to come driving across the box. Definitely a little more wind up higher than down low, but not as much as we saw the other day when they flew their unknowns.
I almost feel like there's a little, he's coming to us again. It might just be where I'm looking at, just a ever slow, slightly drift towards us. He goes into lay down Humpty, pull 45, full roll on the 45. You got to space that roll in the center of that 45-degree line as he pulls around for the top of the lay down Humpty bump for a 2 of 4-point roll on the descending 45 line, pushing the stick forward, supporting the nose, 1 and 2, as he finishes up figure number 6. Figure 7's going to happen quickly, folks, with a full roll, half loop up, half inside flick, 4 of 8, same direction, Marco. Let's make sure we count these points.
Yep, so we're going to shoot this pitch and yaw. There's the pitch, yaw, catches it, sets it back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does a nice job, creates a separation for the half roll. Now it's going to go into a 1.5 snap. Hopefully he drives us a bit further upwind in the box, which looks like is what he's doing. Just because he'll need a lot of time on the bottom of this loop, because he'll have some opposing rolls, and the mid-wing doesn't have the fastest roll rate as some of these other aircraft have, so he'll need more time across the box. So coming down with after the 1.5 snap, he's going to have a 3/4 roll with a 3 of 4 opposite. So there's a 3/4. 1, 2, 3 opposite. Should be going right away with it. There he goes. Getting a bit better feel for that box. Pulling it kind of to the left with the half roll. Looking to push off the top here. And then try to drive. Now we've got this big, heavy push to the 45. It's going to be a half snap down. But now we got a cross box figure, which will help him out. But when you're pushing under that heavy G, it's sometimes hard to figure out which way you need to go. So let's see if he starts taking this one away.
Little disoriented, absolutely. Marco's right.
And
2,
brought it to us here.
8,
So
got to push off.
And now you can see he's up higher. You can definitely see some of that wind drift a lot better as he's on us. Quarter rolling down, pulling down. Wind, going to pull back upright. With the half roll on the way back up. There's the coming up on the half roll. He pushes over the top. Looks like he's half rolled on the way down. And then it's going to continue on.
Getting himself repositioned. Yep, repositioned back for figure 13.
You see he's just driving now, because now you can see there's, like we kind of saw the other day, once that sun kind of came up, it seemed like the winds just started picking up just a little more. 2 of 4 here on the 45 up, push to the hammerhead. And then once he gets done with the hammerhead, he's got another cross box figure. Hopefully he'll take this one away to get it kind of further deep in the box. The nice part is that he's flying it where the tail slides on the y-axis, so this will actually help him out here, making sure the aircraft falls the right way.
And folks, this tail slide is relatively new to the advanced category last few years, and so still a very challenging maneuver for a lot of these folks. So let's see if he can do this tail slide with the canopy down.
It looks like maybe the canopy didn't fall down on that one.
I believe the canopy did not follow the correct direction on that one. We'll have to definitely check the video on that this morning there. The sun's coming up, it's hitting the airplane, a lot of reflectivity up there, so that's going to be a tough one to call. But Barrett Hines, wonderful job flying sequence E as he changes to tower frequency, exits the box, and will recover and get on the ground, have a nice cup of coffee. Pilot number 1, advanced category, unknown number 2, just finished off the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. After this, folks, we have the exciting 4-minute freestyle, which is so fun to watch. These pilots will be using smoke and music and doing a beautiful ballet through the sky for 4 minutes in front of the judges for a separate individual trophy. The 4-minute free has become a very popular sequence to fly over the years for the late Rob Holland. Multi-time world 4-minute free champion and U.S. national champion. Can't wait to watch this. Going to be very exciting, folks. So everybody's tuning in. Once we get the advanced glider and power aircraft flown this morning, tune in for the 4-minute unlimited freestyle. The weather could not be any more beautiful. Matter of fact, my cohort here this morning in his beautiful Sukhoi 31, Marco Bao, will be flying in the 4-minute. I'm very excited to watch him fly. He's got some maybe awesome techno music, you know, that we might watch him, you know, fly his beautiful airplane.
Dance to, yeah.
A little dancing going on with that, but
you know, I'm looking at these sequences here because, you know, everyone's not flying the same sequence while Rob Dumovic's coming up next, is warming up. But you look at all these things we were talking about, there's not really a lot of crossbox.
No.
And I think, you know, when they're building these sequences, you can, with, you know, apps nowadays, you can kind of get an idea what the wind's going to be. But, you know, some of these people, there's definitely crossbox figures in the sequence for some of these compulsory figures. But, yeah, it's, I think, watching that first flight, with the way the wind is, you know, there's definitely a tiny bit on the judges. It looks like some more wind up high, but, you know, it's definitely, I think whoever has the crosswind figures in the correct part of the sequence is really going to really help with the presentation.
Absolutely, Marco. Yeah, and presentation is such a key, folks at home watching. You can have all these technically beautiful figures, but if you fly them too far, too close, too far right, too far left, it's going to hurt your positioning score. And then also what it'll do, it'll start to affect the score of the figure, because the figure could be technically perfect, but if the judge just can't see that perfection, it's hard for them to award you that score. So it's really, really, really important for all of these pilots in every category, from primary through unlimited, to put the flying and the figures in the part of the box that are supposed to be. And like I've said many times this week, it's like the judges are watching a play, and it's just a little bit left, a little bit right, just very pleasant left and right to watch. So it's definitely an art form to be able to, you know, put these figures exactly where you need to be. Then you introduce some wind, and it gets even more challenging. As Marco said this morning, not a whole lot of wind to deal with as Rob Dumovic comes diving into the box with this beautiful MXS aircraft that he's borrowing from Mike Celebretti to fly this sequence. And here we go. He's also flying sequence E.
Starting out with these half rolls again. Rob's a little bit further back in the box than we saw with Barrett, so we'll see how well he can handle these winds. Looks like, so what you're seeing there, folks, he's flying through the box, so this is kind of a good thing to explain. So in the, if you don't like where you started in the box, you don't have to fly the sequence. You can fly through the box as Rob's done there and says, you know what, I know I've done my wing legs, but I really don't like where I'm starting, so I'm just gonna go through the box, come back around, and reset myself up. And so that's completely fine in the IAC. And the SIVA rules and stuff. So, I mean, that's really good on Rob to have that discipline to say, you know what, I don't like where I am. I'm just going to hit a reset button real quick, catch my breath, and come back in and do another restart.
That's a real good point, Marco. And sometimes also to add to Marco's comment about that, also sometimes the chief judge could see something that he doesn't like and ask the pilot to just fly on through the box and recommence the sequence. We don't know that from where we're standing, but more than likely, Rob did not like where he started the sequence. Maybe he's moving a little bit further away as he finishes that third wing wag. And the figure number one, as Marco said, we're starting off that 2-point roll P-loop.
All right, there's 1 and 2. Looping this back around. Trying to keep those radiuses all the same on that first, second, and this third point. Probably quick with the half roll down here, sets the point. Half roll, looks heavy on the push coming around. Managing that throttle, you can kind of hear. Same thing here, pushes hard to the vertical, throttle coming back in. Pops it over the top there, trying to space this snap. Goes quick with it, which is nice, can help him make these down lines not as long because the top's not as long. Okay, let's have a little more speed for that snap up there. Managing that throttle again as it comes back down to help the radius. Throttle's back up, it's pushing down. Much better positioning in the box right now than Barrett had. He's pushed up verticals, been back around the Humpty on the negative down. right here. Kind of looks a little deep in the box, but I think it's going to be a nice position for this 8-point roll.
And folks, it's tough to get lost on top of these loops with the 8-point roll. We're going to count them out loud with you at home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As he floats that loop around on the backside, you can hear that power reduction. Setting himself up for figure number 5, which is that right box hammerhead, quarter roll up, 3/4 roll down. Again, like Marco said, a little deep in the box, maybe just for the judge's liking, even though that beautiful sunrise behind us is lighting up the top of that wing as he pivots around for that full left rudder, 3/4 roll to the left down, coming back around to the south, setting up pretty nicely for figure number 6. We'll see if Rob tries to slowly slide the airplane back this way, or there's might just that little bit of 3 to 4 knots of wind helping move him back this way to the judges. But pretty pleasant distance right now. I would say maybe if he can move in about 50 more meters as you roll on your 45-degree ride and the lay down Humpty bump. Bringing that nose around for the 2 of 4. He's looking off the left wing in that sliding device, setting 45 degrees to make sure he's perfectly 45 degrees. That is a rule judging criteria as he finishes up the 2 of 4 going into figure number 7.
Full roll, pull in for the half loop up. Again, here, this is the same direction, so we expect to see this snap that to left, it looks like, with 4 of 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Real good snap on the top of there. It's going to drive it across the box here. Looking for the half roll, which is there. Now just driving, waiting for it until that 1.5 snap. And this is kind of a challenging figure because you've got to manage the throttle for this snap so that you're not getting that snap to accelerate so much that you can't handle it. Coming around the bottom, getting the aircraft really fast. The MX is a real fast roll rate, so we should see some rapid here. 1, 2, 3, and there's 3. Go straight away to the pull vertical. On the vertical there, half roll up. Push around. We're gonna cap it off here. Try to get it slow and get as much altitude for this number 11. It doesn't look like a crazy complex figure for some people, but this is a really big altitude killer because you've got this half snap and then this push around, which you don't really push as push as hard as you pull. So he's pushing, trying to get back to that vertical line. We'll see where he brings it to. He's gonna bring this one back to the judges. And you know, again with the MXS, the way the oil in the aircraft leaks out these odds, you can kind of now really get a good idea of what these winds are doing. Coming with the quarter down, pull back up to the vertical up. Once he gets on the vertical up, should be a half roll on the vertical up here. There's the quarter. Looks like he did a quarter roll there. I think it looks like he might have gotten confused with the, oh, it looks like, I think what he might have, it looks like he might have figured the 5, kind of with the 5 with the 12 figure. Driving across the box, pulling up to the 45 with the 2 of 4 on the 45 up. Here's the 45. 1, 2. Gonna push to the vertical. Once he gets on that vertical up, gonna keep riding as high as he can until he gets there to kick that hammerhead over, which he does right about now. On the way down, a 2 of 8. See if he brings this 2 away. He's gonna bring that away. That's a good decision because he's pretty right there up on the box. And right away into this tail slide.
All right, here we go. This is a big one. Another big dismount. A good view. The sun, the sun is right on it. That beautiful paint scheme. Just got to get that stick forward for the canopy to come back to us.
Looks like, it's back with the tail wheel. The canopy did not fall down on that one. So I'll have to see what the judges think on that one. But Rob Dumovic with the wing wags out, finishing up his 2025 IEC advanced category.
You know something, Marco? I'm just now noticing as these sequences get going, and I'm looking at something that's interesting between figure 11 and 12, just from my experience over the years with G's. So folks at home, we got positive G's on our body, and we've got negative G's on our body. And when you have a lot of positive G, all the blood is trying to come out of your upper extremities, your head, your brain, which you need that for oxygen, consciousness, right? And it tries to start working its way down in the lower extremities. And when you're trying to prevent the blood from moving through, you're doing G exercise. You're sort of yelling, you're tightening your abs and your lower extremities to prevent that. Well, when you're upside down, the reverse happens. All that blood is trying to go to the head. So if you, I'll sort of walk you through this sequence from figure 11 to 12, folks at home, because you don't have it in front of you, I don't think, but they have this really hard push. So the blood is getting pushed to their head. They push around a corner, blood is still going to their head. They push again to level, still pushing all this blood. Then they're pushing down to vertical. If you are following me, that's a lot of pushing. Then they have this huge, hard, positive G pull, which means all this blood that's in their head is now rushing out of their head down to their lower extremities, and sometimes that can introduce a little confusion when you're flying. And we call it it's called graying out, where the world starts sort of closing in around you because it's a lack of oxygen and blood flow in the upper extremity. And after watching two pilots between figure 11 and 12, I'm wondering if some of this is creeping in to the pilots. It's early, we're just getting going, it's a lot of pushing. So hopefully a lot of the pilots are making note of this and preparing their bodies when they go to fly, that they don't necessarily go into the same condition that we've seen. So that's something to be cognizant about, everybody at home, as the glider is coming off tow up top. This is going to be our first glider pilot today, and I believe this might be, is this going to be a freestyle?
Yeah, this is, the other day when we flew, Arvin, unfortunately because of the weather, wasn't able to get his last flight in. So, you know, the goal here is to get everybody to get their flights in. So, you know, Shad and all the great guys in the glider community were able to make it work to where he could get his freestyle in. So Arvin will actually fly 2 flights today, which would be nice to see. So he's starting out with the free from last time, which is a 2 of 4 on the way down. Gets that 2 of 4, is inverted. He's gonna go with this 4 of 8 on the level plane. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Looking into the half loop up. Starts with the half loop up. It's going to be out inverted. When he gets done with this, he's going to do a negative 1 turn spin to drive him back across the box on the downwind, and just waiting until the aircraft's ready to go. I'm going to drop this spin. Luckily, hopefully he can do a little bit past judges so that he can set this loop up on the 4-point roll nicely in front of the judges. You see that nose starting to drift up higher and higher.
Half.
And then there is the full spin.
1.
Coming down to get that speed to do this 4-point roll, which we saw the other day. It was just a real big challenge for this aircraft. And he's actually in the Fox, it looks like. So Fox has a little bit better roll rate than that DG we saw. So there's 1. I actually think he's in the DG now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, he's in the DG. 2, 3, and 4.
That's amazing. They can do a 4-point roll in a glider on top of the loop.
That
is so impressive. These United States Air Force Academy pilots are just doing a heck of a job.
Yeah, they have the tail slide next. So we saw the other time, because the you know, even though they don't have engines, these aircraft are really aerodynamic. So let's let some glide so well.
Canopy down slide, nicely done.
Yeah, you'll see the speed brake should be out about now as he rolls.
I see him popping out. Yep,
yeah.
1, 2.
Yeah, and then they'll start to close him as he comes back to level so the aircraft doesn't over-accelerate. Coming into the next figure, which is the P-loop, 2 of 4 on top. Let nose down, trying to get that airspeed back, which is completely okay in the glider category. Driving, getting that speed as much as he can. Pulls around to the top. Doing the same thing kind of with the 4-point, but just has 2 points now. 1, and then the next point, which is 2, pushing it down all the way on the vertical. Quarter roll, going to take this away, which is actually a good decision. He's kind of up on the judges, so it's going to put him in a better box position. Go right away into the hammer. And it's cool to see when they fly away from you, just the flex of the wing coming across that, just how much it curves up. Coming back down with the quarter roll, finishing with the last 2 figures here. It's going to be at a half reverse or half Cuban. We're just going to lay out inverted, driving it back across the box. Again, that nose staying pointed down. they don't really build much speed up, I would assume, with the way their sequences are, but because they just create so much lift, they don't need tons of speed to do a lot of these figures, as you see here, just wrenching it right back over for this inverted 45 down. Gonna finish with the roller once he gets out of this inverted. It's a full half outside roller. See if he brings this towards the judges or away. He's gonna bring it towards, so actually starting the aircraft rolling the opposite way, pulls it back towards the judges. Beautiful sequence. Glad he got to fly that. It's nice to see the glider guys just always supporting each other, making sure that everyone has a good time.
Again, folks, beautiful morning here, just a little past 8 o'clock, 8:05, Salina, Kansas, finishing up the last day of the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Glider just finishing a beautiful sequence. Again, it's been awesome this week. The United States Air Force Academy kids, all the college kids have just been spectacular together. Camaraderie is, I mean, as a grown man looking back, all these kids coming through, it's just good to see them high-fiving, playing music, helping each other. The starters were saying it's almost like NASCAR over there. They're sharing a lot of airplanes. One pulls up. Kids are swapping seats. Safety pilots are getting in. They're fueling the airplane, making sure the oil's in there, getting their straps, and then off they go again. It's really been great. It's we got a great generation, a bunch of good kids that are going to be leading us into the future. And then, of course, United States Air Force Academy kids, you know, going to be protecting our country. Just very thankful for them.
Yeah, so we've got, you know, YouTube's going on. As we always say, bring your comments in there, any questions you've got. Nice chatting this morning already. So we got a few comments. One of the comments here that's pretty cool is the box physically drawn on the ground before the pilots get to see it? And the answer is yes. So when we get the bulletins throughout the year for nationals, the pilots will actually get to see where the box is located, the actual coordinates for each corner marker. So, you know, months in advance, you actually have an idea of what the box is going to look like. And then what everyone does, if you kind of go around the hangar over here, everybody's got tape laid around. They'll have the corner marks marked out. You'll have the runways. You'll have taxiways made, because the box is sitting over an airport, and there's some taxiways and some runways that sit in the middle of it. So we use those as reference points as we fly. But yeah, Sonia, to answer your question, there is a physical draw of the box that pilots get to see. Let's see here, Arthur with the edge. Yeah, you are not wrong. There is no one in an edge this year. There's still a couple flying, but I know Alexander Coates flies one. I think they just got the aircraft kind of going out of annual not too long ago, so I'm sure they'll be at a one in the future. And you know, there's definitely still a handful flying around.
Folks, right now, I know Marco's answering some questions. We're going to keep getting those questions answered as quickly and expeditiously as possible, as our pilot number 3,
the winner
David
of the other
Taylor, flying Program B. This is going to be a different sequence. Here again, the pilots are allowed to choose which sequence they prefer to fly. As I've said this week, Dave Taylor, ex-Navy pilot, most of his time in the F-18, out there flying off that little tiny piece of concrete in the ocean, is going to be taking his brand new airplane, an MX, that he bought from Gary Ward. Again, Gary, air show pilot, flying all over the country. Wonderful man. Had the opportunity to get to know Gary in the early years. As David's coming on in to start sequence B, we'll see how this sequence flows. A little more exciting, or maybe not as exciting. We'll see. This is our first time seeing this one today. As he comes across the box in the figure 1, he's going to start the sequence with the lay down Humpty. 45, full aileron roll on the 45-degree line. Very crispy rolling airplane. I like it. As he comes across the top, looking over the top, through the bottom of the canopy, setting 45 degrees off that left siding device. 1 and 2 of 4-point roll. Positioning looks real good. He goes into figure 2, bang out a full aileron roll. Again, nice and crispy by David Taylor. He pulls around half loop, half inside flick, 4 of 8, same direction. Let's see if he can fire off this half inside flick. Nicely done. 4 of 8, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, driving back to box invert, like I said, we saw this is a bit different than the other one. Opened up with a different figure, nicely positioned in the box for these first few figures. You see Dave's just running across the top, trying to find this point, this real, we kind of call these other figures, we don't like to call them trash figures, but we like to call them repositioning figures, because all we're doing in this next one where he's just half looping down, he's trying to set this up for his next figure, which is this push outside square loop, which is a high K figure, real big figure for the advanced category. And he's got it really well positioned, basically right here in the center of the box, right slightly in the front of the judges, trying to get this snap on the top in between both endpoints where he started the pushover. Now he's gonna drive a little bit, start the push down here momentarily, which he does. Looks like nice spacing over the top.
And folks, they got to close this square. What I mean, he does not want to start the next figure until he finished the same length of the horizontal line that's above him. It looks like he closed it before he did his half roll.
And again, now he's got this other figure, which from our eye, it might be hard to see on the camera, but from our eyes, he's actually doing a real nice job of getting this aircraft to work back towards the center of the box, driving around, just creating this energy again for this last, this next figure, figure number 6. Half looping back up, it's gonna be a half roll on top. Nice back, really controlled in the box, lovely altitude for the visual of the presentation. Right into the 1.5 snap, nicely done. Half looping back around. Now again with this 3/4 roll, 3 or 4. This can be kind of confusing because the way they're written out, so let's make sure, yep, perfect. 3/4 first, now for the 3 or 4. 1, 2, 3. 3 points of a 4-point roll. Going straight into the loop, nicely back in the center of the box again. Having a great flight so far, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Got them all in, Dave. Nice job, buddy.
Now, coming back around for this loop, keep driving, gonna drive this all the way, should put it nearer towards the front of the box, looking good with it. 2 or 4 on the way up, pushes to that vertical, is gonna ride this all the way up.
A lot of vertical penetration from this MX. They have a tremendous amount of vertical capability. This cool air, folks, is a little cool this morning. Density altitude is low. As Dave comes across the hammerhead, turnaround 2 of 8-point roll, bringing the aircraft back down, trading altitude for airspeed. He goes across the box in the y-axis into figure number 9 with that quarter roll up, pull around, half roll, pull around. This is where at the bottom of this, folks, this sequence is a little bit differently designed. So the G's that we were talking about earlier might not be as big of a problem. You see right here, this is where it can get you. That hard pull around from the previous flights, because he spent a lot of time upside down. He's into his half roll, looking really good. He's going to cap off upright, back to the south, setting up for a big figure 10 with that hard push, Marco.
I think if anybody knows how to handle G's, Dave does after the F-18 years.
Absolutely. Turning, burning, afterburner, baby,
Yeah.
going Mach 5.
Yeah, yeah. Again, he's got nice altitude. What's really nice with this sequence is his altitude is completely under control the whole time. Has the half snap, keeps it on the 45, which is nice. Pushes nice, and a nice continuous push to the vertical. Sets it, 1, 2, taking it away again. Keeping it, looks like he's keeping it really nicely centered in the box. Hopefully gets kind of on this pretty quick because we don't want to get it too far back as this, well actually his next figure is a cross box figure as well, so he can half roll, bring it back towards the judges. This looks really, really nice. Just got to make sure we get this quarter roll right on the vertical here. Should be a right roll. Perfect, Dave. Looking good so far. Humping it back around the top of the loop, finding that position in the box where he wants to place this next figure, which is this hammerhead, which again, it's just a hammer with a quarter roll up, but that 3/4 roll down can really cause some confusion for a lot of people.
Nice repositioned figure from 11. I really like the way that was done. I mean, very, very smart.
Yeah, and as you see, Dave's actually the only one, or there's one other person flying the sequence, so hopefully they're watching to get a good idea of how he's flying this sequence. So, you know, again, can kind of help to go last later on in the sequence. Dave exiting. And it's interesting is the tail slide, not the very last, but in the right there. And sometimes putting the tail slide, you know, if you have the energy, it's okay. But
Canopy down.
Dave's looks like he's trying to create it to make it slide the right way. Let's see if it slides, and looks like he got it. Yeah,
nicely done.
The finishing up that tail slide, getting that energy back. Gonna finish it off with the P loop with this 2 of 2 over the top. 1, 2. As he pulls around, looping it over the top, and then gets on the half loop down. Now his altitude is a little bit different here, so I think he needs to be a little quick with this. Be quick with the roll, go, and a hard push.
Right in front of the judges.
Yeah.
That sequence. Beautifully done,
That was
Mr.
gorgeous,
Taylor.
gorgeous flight.
Awesome job, big guy. Recover, upright, back to landing. What a nice flight. Kicking off this morning again. We're just getting through the first 3 powered pilots. What a week it's been. I want to give a couple shout outs here before this glider comes off tow to some of our sportsman competitors. Just want to say how awesome it is in the sportsman category for Mr. Chris Rudd, sportsman national champion, finished up by 2nd place. Chris Romero, and then Eric Ledick in the sportsman category 1, 2, and 3. I want to give another shout out in the primary to Daniel Shore, number 1. Congratulations, Daniel. Kathleen Thompson, how about you, Kathleen? Finishing up the 2 spot in primary, and Blake Schwartz, number 3. We'll be celebrating this stuff tonight at the banquet. Intermediate, Mr. Big Joe McMurray. I tell you, that man has got some guns on him. What a nice gentleman. First time really getting to spend some time around him. He is an oral and maxillofacial specialist. Been a surgeon his entire life. Flying a game bird. What a pleasure to be around. He was number 1 in the intermediate category, followed by another fine gentleman, Wayne Forbes. Had a pleasure of being around Wayne for excuse me, the last few years. Wayne and his wife are here. Been having a great time. Their big 120-pound dog is accompanying them on the ramp. It's been such a pleasure. And then Casey Seibel finishing up 3rd. Joe, Wayne, and Casey in the intermediate category. Just an awesome week. And here we are in advance. You know, we came into this flight with Marty, Don, and the magician Michael Lince, 1, 2, and 3. But I got, you know, folks, if you can see my paperwork in front of me, I got question marks by their names. Because you know why? It's the unknown. Anything can happen. So only Marty, Don, and Michael control their destiny, folks. And it's the pressure's on. It is the bottom of the 9th. I don't know which way it's going to go, Marco.
No,
but,
you know, David...
glider's coming in just off tow, high and to the right.
All right. So this one's going to be the glider unknown now. So what we've got is, again, this first time they're flying this sequence. Gavin McCormick flying the DG 1000 here. Wing wax coming in. They're going to start out. Should be a half roll. Actually, sorry. It's a half roll, full roll opposite. So here comes the half roll. You can see the roll rate of that DG is much slower than the Fox. There's the half roll. Now it should be a full roll opposite direction as a roll. The aircraft all the way back around, really working that pitch yaw and the pitch and yaw, trying to keep the aircraft on heading, but also on the on altitude as much as they can. Rolls it for the next figure, which is a half roll, loop around. Once they get on this 45, or sorry, half cube, and once they get on the half cube, and they're going to do a 2 of 4 on the down line, showing those points, which will use up quite a bit of altitude, as well as should make them get a bit of speed because of the, just this roll rate isn't the fastest on this DG. There's 1 point, 2 points. Good figure, carrying on to figure number 3, which is the pull vertical this time, push, and 2 of 4. So kind of opposite in this free that we saw. So it's the same figure, kind of just completely reversed. There's 1 point, trying to get that aircraft to roll back around. There's 2 points, struggled with it, but it looks like he got both points in there, carrying on, driving it down, back upwind for a 45 Humpty Bump, which is going to have a half roll on the 45 up. Gets the half roll in there. Again, riding that 45 up, trying to make those lines as equal length as possible, looping it back around to the 45. Half roll on the down line, gets the half roll in there. Then going to push out to level and then back into another push to the 45. Man, there's a couple pushings in this one. Half rolling the 45 up, and then gonna push back to the 40, back to the vertical down.
That's kind of just like to push. I mean, he's just a pushing machine here.
Yeah. Quarter roll down. Now they're gonna pull out, 90-degree turn, takes it away from the judges. I think it's a good decision there, trying to keep it back in the center of the box. Now they just gotta drive this figure back towards the front of the box, getting a little caught with the tail, caught on the downwind, it looks like, by those winds up that high. And he's just gotta keep driving. He's got a 4-point roll after this hammer, which is in the DG, he's gonna use a lot of box up. So he's gonna have to really, really drive this all the way to the front of the box. And he starts to pull for the hammer. So just for reference, he's probably just a little past center, drifting back towards center. So it'll be interesting to see how quick you can get through these 4-point rolls. Starts to pull again. Gonna be quick into this one. 4 points, let's go. 1 and 2 and 3 and final figure. Final 4. Perfect job. Great job, Gavin. Way to finish out your 2025 Glider Advance.
Good job,
US
Gavin.
Nationals.
Again, a big shout out to Mark Maticola. Matty been leading these cadets forever. Does a great job. They have a wonderful leader. Thank you, Matty, for raising such a fine group of cadets year after year after year as we continue on into the advanced powered sequence. And let's see, we got some questions rolling in. Let's see, how many G's do these pilots pull during routine? That's a great question. So it all varies depending on the category, the type of figures, what they're doing. You know, as you advance up higher in the categories, the negative G's start to become higher and higher. I would say on average, and Marco, we'll come to probably some kind of average here, but I'm going to say a range from, let's say, the lowest category to the highest category. You're talking, say, 2 to 3 G's positive. Start getting a higher category, 7, 8, 9 positive G's, and then you're talking negative. You could say negative 2 G's all the way up to negative 8 and 9 G's. What do you think, Marco?
Yeah.
Somewhere around in that range. You don't want to get too many G's because too much G is not efficient. So it introduces a tremendous amount of drag, which decreases efficiency and energy of the airplane.
Yeah, you know, and some, you know, at the higher levels, you know, some of these figures, you have snap combinations at the top. So, you know, if you push too much or pull too much, when you get to the top, you have no elevator left to create the pitch and stuff you need. So sometimes even though you have the capability to push and pull all these G's, you just don't really need it. But sometimes you do need it. And let me tell you, it's not fun when you need all of it, so.
It is not fun when you need all of it, folks. And, you know, I wish we had some cameras in the cockpit so you could see the face of these pilots when the G's start really getting on them. It's actually fun to watch.
They age.
They age quickly. All of a sudden, and you know what? It actually goes from, say, smooth, no wrinkles to a lot of wrinkles. Or all of a sudden you got veins popping out everywhere, and you know, people sometimes fly with their tongue up there, you know, just moving around left and right, and it's just
I'm just constantly smiling, but
you're smiling.
I'm screaming inside my head. But
all right, who do we have here coming up here? The magician is back with his rabbit in the front seat, Michael Lince. Let's see if he can put up a good showing here. Leader of all these UND kids in the background, helping us with creating sequences, sequence chair. Wonderful, wonderful gentleman. We've gotten to spend many years around him, giving back constantly to this organization. And like Marco and I said the last few days, you give Michael Lince an airplane, he can fly anything. He just loves to fly. He'll fly anything you give him, and he can fly it well as he comes across. And he's flying an extra 200, which is a little bit heavier extra. It's kind of, in my opinion, underpowered. You'll see Michael when he goes to fly a sequence, as right now he's in his warm-up figures, just testing the belts, continuity. But he's probably going to go on up to 4,000 or 5,000 feet because he needs a lot of energy. That airplane takes a lot of time to get to energy and then sustain that energy. Once it gets level, it tends to bleed off that energy through induced drag, parasite drag, that we were talking about the other day. So,
but Michael needs to have a clean flight on this because, you know, he had a hard 0 the last flight, and he's in 3rd place. And, you know, Dave, who we just saw fly before him, is only 150 points down. So, you know, 1 hard 0 from Mike, and he could be knocked off the podium. So it's going to be.
And this is going to be sequence C.
Yeah, sequence C. It's a different sequence.
We haven't seen sequence C today yet.
No, but if you look, what's cool with this sequence, which will be interesting, is it's got a cross box pretty early on and a cross box later on. So we saw with Dave's sequence, it was really nicely positioned. So Mike's still climbing up, getting the altitude like we said earlier. But yeah, with this sequence, it's a bit different. Opens up with the same figure, but the combinations throughout it's a bit different. I kind of like the cross box a little bit earlier. I think it'll help them reposition for this 8-point loop that they've got. But again, you know, at the end of it, that tail slide, it's a lot. You don't gain the most altitude with that, so it'll be interesting to see where he ends up. Because again, he's got a lot of work to do with this sequence and that plane there.
He got a whole lot to do, and I'm sure Mike will do a great job managing this as he continues to climb to altitude. I want to give another quick shout out. We got probably another minute or so to our platinum sponsors, Aura Aero. Steven Spiegel out here. Spiegel flying that aircraft. Michael Guyan and group bringing that aircraft into the United States, moving that airplane around. Look forward to seeing a lot of that product starting to work its way through the U.S. MX Aircraft, Extra Aircraft, MT Propeller, Northwest Insurance, and Game Composites. Philip Steinbach leading that group over there in Arkansas. Michael's almost at altitude. I believe he is probably on oxygen right now as he comes in.
He's followed
in the Sputnik diving in. All right, here's the sound of the bell. He's going to be diving in. They're trading that altitude for airspeed.
Hopefully the bunny's got oxygen too.
The bunny might be asleep at this point here. As we go into figure 1, this is sequence number C, 45 degree, 4-0. Yeah, the coffee is kicking in, folks, down here. We are having a ball.
A nice roll.
Beautiful roll from the magician as he pulls around to the 45 degrees, 2 of 4 on the descending 45. Come on, Mr. Michael Lince.
Completes that up nice, going straight into number 2. 2 half rolls, pull around for the P loop. And again, on this one, he's got the half roll, which is going to let him push back into the wind. And I'm sure you'll see he's going to really try to get some speed out of this one.
Big push, folks. This is a big push. This is about a 5 to 6. Ooh, nice.
Half roll right back up to the half loop up. Again, here, trying to get this altitude back. That P loop's kind of a big altitude killer for these aircraft. So he's going to drive, and then find this perfect point. I'm sure he's going to try and manage the throttle here a bit, because if he's too fast over this number 4 over this push 45 down, he can have a little too much speed for this half snap. So you can kind of hear the throttles back a little bit, playing with it. And when he gets ready, he's going to push it down, get the throttle in, and give us a nice, crisp snap.
And Michael's looking left and right to see where he's in the box. He's just passing center. As Marco says, he does his half snap. It's a big push around. Now, this is going to be interesting, because when he goes back to vertical, if it's 2 of 8, he's got another push. So all that blood is going in his head. He's going to do 2 of 8. It's kind of coming out of his head. Now it's going back in his head. Now it's going to go back in the head. He's going to push back vertical down. Then he's going to have this big pull. This is where he's got to really fight the G's, where he comes around this corner. Right there, folks, is where you got to be careful. Looks like Michael's making through that okay. Airplane's still rotating nicely, but that's a very, very important point in the sequence that your physiology has to be just right to get through that as Michael comes across the top of this Humpty figure.
Pulling back around, you saw a lot of quarter rolls on that figure, positioning himself for the 8-point roll P loop, pulling it back around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, doing that really, really nicely. Brings the aircraft back around. I'm gonna go right to this full roll with the half snap on the top, same direction, 4 of 8, pulling it back around. Got to keep a little bit of pull here just so we can get this half snap like he just did there. Nicely done. Now we look for the 8.1, 2, 3, 4. Driving back across the box, inverted. Here again, like we saw with the other figure, trying to get it to where they can position this square loop right there in front of the judges.
I feel like there's some wind. You see that?
Yeah,
it's starting to some drift. I just feel
yeah.
a little drift coming at us. But he'll do a really good job correcting that as he comes back around.
Yeah, but you kind of see right there his wing kind of cheated just a little bit across the
that
box.
left wing. That was very smart.
He's going to do the half roll. Start with this heavy push up. Remember, he has to complete the whole square loop, so we're kind of looking where he started his push, and you won't be able to see it. We've got kind of our hands out where he started. Driving across the box, trying to get this speed. These low snaps are really difficult to do because there's just not a lot of airflow over that wing, and it's a lot hard to make that pitch go. So there's that pitch, does it easily. I don't know if that was him or the bunny, but it was pretty. Driving it back down. Pushes back around, got to complete this figure, and does it nicely. Right here in the front of the box, we talk about this altitude with the the 200 horsepower and stuff. Michael's starting to get near the bottom of the box here, but this figure helps bring it back up. So hopefully he can try and get some altitude back as he's fighting this wind as well. Trying to drive.
And this is the connector figures Marco talked about earlier. Doesn't have a lot of K value. You still want to make it nice, but you have the ability in these connector figures to kind of just sort of move the airplane where you need to do. Maybe, look, he's going to open this up because he knows he needs altitude going into the next figure because he's got to do a snap and a half pull around an opposite roll combination. So he's setting himself up nicely. Plenty of altitude, plenty safe. His airspeed's increasing. 1.5 inside flick, snap roll to the left, half loop down, 3/4 roll followed by opposite 3 of 4. Altitude, spacing looks extremely nice by Michael of the 3/4. And 1, 2, 3. Nice cadence of figure. Finish off figure 11. 3 figures to go for Michael.
Yeah, and luckily this next figure, it's a 3-line hammer, so he should be able to get a good bit of altitude back here on this figure. So push into the vertical. All he's got to do is a 2 of 8 down. So I'm sure Michael, experienced pilot as he is, I'm sure the bunny's up there going, do it quick, do it quick, do it quick. 1, 2. And now Michael is getting that altitude back, getting that energy back for the next figure, which is the hammer cross box. Positioning this tail slide, be able to position this tail slide pretty nicely in the box. There's the 1/4 roll up. So he rolled to the left. So let's see if he's gonna have to bring this, I believe he brings this back to the judges. So it should be a right roll, yep. And it's gonna be coming right at the judges with. This will look really interesting because he's pretty close up on the judges. Got to go right away. Starts to pull right away. Remember, we're looking for this to be at a canopy down. So he's got to kind of set this a little bit negative to help the aircraft slide. Here comes the throttle out, trying to get that aircraft to slide, and yep, canopy down slide. The magician has done it. I think that bunny's tired of flying in that plane with him.
Yeah, so nicely done. Michael Lince, folks, I liked it. Nice flight. I think Michael will be very pleased with that as he heads back to the north, sort of gathering his thoughts, taking a couple deep breaths, pushing that calm change frequency, talking to the wonderful men in the tower at Salina Tower. Their air traffic control ATC have been fabulous all week. Briefing at the beginning of the week, we met with air traffic control, and they are working us in between their busy day. We've got jet traffic in and out of here. We have airline traffic, and the coordination has been just superb, but we couldn't do it without their help. Excuse me, their cooperation. Very professional. Any questions we have, they've been just right there to help us, lead us, came up with a good safety plan to get airplanes in and out, coordinated in a good manner. So a big thank you again to the ATC facility. Big thank you to the Chamber of Commerce of Salina, the airport, the FBO, the fuelers. Everybody out here has just continued to make this event year after year outstanding. Again, the weather's been wonderful all week long. We've had no holdups due to weather, except a couple days ago we had some light rain showers, very, very light. That virga, which we talked about moving through the area, caused us to stand down for a little bit, but then we were able to get the flying back going. But it's been a great week. Like I said, we'll finish it off today after the advance and glider powered category. We're going to roll right into the 4-minute freestyle. Everybody will help clean up. All the pilots and volunteers will get everything cleaned up, put up for next year, and then we will have our awards banquet tonight again over at the Hilton. They've done a wonderful job along with our other sponsored hotels. It's been a great event. Blue Sky Brewery was awesome for the awards ceremony. All the vendors, it's just been a wonderful, wonderful week. Everybody will pack up today and tomorrow morning and start flying their little machines back all over the United States, back home until next year. The weather looks pretty good for most of the country, so I believe most of the pilots will be able to get out tomorrow. Sometimes what happens at these contests is we get a little weather move in here, you can't get home, and you can't fly these little airplanes in the weather. So you either wait a couple days or you leave your airline home and come back out at a later date and get it, or you hire a ferry pilot or a friend comes and helps you bring your airplane back home. So right now it's looking real good. The winds are starting to slowly pick up. I think we'll start to see the wind coming up a little bit higher as we have a glider off tow in the box.
Which is going to be Brennan Hughes flying the advanced unknown again that we just saw earlier. So going back to this advanced unknown, it's going to start out with that half roll. Getting those wing wags in there. First figure is going to be a half roll to inverted with a full roll opposite. Starts that first figure. Here comes the half roll. And sets that point to show that he's inverted. And then starts immediately with this full roll negative, which is much harder than you think. It's a much different way of rolling the aircraft from inverted to inverted than it is to upright to upright. It's just kind of an unnatural feeling. Starting with the half roll again for the next figure, figure 2, which is a half Cuban. Starts that pull around after he finishes that half roll. Again, really tight across the top as that airspeed starts to bleed off. With the 2 of 4 on the down line, 1 and 2. Driving downwind, looking to try and put this P-loop, I think, right in front of the judges to see where he decides to pull this. Getting that speed back. Should start to pull here any second now. And there he goes, just a little bit past center box, but nicely positioned. Instantly starts getting that push going, just so he can have that speed across the top. As you see, it really starts to bleed away as they do those points. Gets the points in there, starts looping it back around as he's driving back across the box for this next figure, which is a 45 Humpty. On the 45 up, they're going to have this half roll. Again, trying to keep it positioned in the center of the line, which is much more difficult than you would think, because you've really got to take into consideration how much air speed you're losing when you start doing these rolls and stuff. So he sets that nice, gets the line set, starts pulling that aircraft back around, trying to keep that radius the same as best as they can. Sets the down line, instantly starts with the half roll, getting back into this, again, heavy pushing. We got 1, 2, 3, push is basically right in a row. Push the level, pushes back up to the 45 here soon. All right, it's kind of got to go. Needs to start pushing. He's getting near the end of the box. Starts to push now into the half roll. Once they get on that 45 up, again, it's going to be this push back down, kind of getting drug out towards the downwind side of the box. I think that tailwind caught him there a little off guard as he starts pulling the quarter, or does the quarter roll, bring the 90 back around. Really needs to drive this way, way back up towards the front of the box. He's sitting kind of right in the front of the judges here, but it's not really an issue as his altitude looks pretty comfortable for the judges' eyes. But now it's just, I hate saying it, but it's just a long cross country for these gliders. It can't really go any faster.
No, they can't.
Not to bash on the gliders, we're not doing that. They're a lot of fun, but it's just, talk about a waiting game. It's just a waiting game with this side, so.
To gain ground back, it's just, you know what it is. It's just such a pleasure to watch.
You can't really see it right now, but there's birds racing him right now, down low for the front of the box. Pulls to the vertical for the hammerhead. Goes to the vertical, hammering it back around. Gets a nice hammerhead in. Did a little bit better position than we saw with the other one, where he get this 4-point roll, kind of more in front of the judges, but the patience for the cross country has worked out for Brennan as he puts this 4-point roll basically right in front of the judges' faces, so that should score really nice for presentation for him. Finishing off that last point of the 4-point roll with the wing wags. Gonna go back to land. There is Brennan's 2025 advance finish.
And folks, the gliders and the glider tow planes, the glider community is set up on a different part of the airport, which really works out nice. They're using another runway, so they can kind of stay separate and not get intermixed with the powered airplanes. So we're using the big main runway over here, all the powered airplanes, 1735. And then the gliders are using another runway on the west side of the field where they can recover. When I mean by recover, they can come back and land, and then they can reposition the gliders, get pilots changed out, rehook up the tow plane, and take them to altitude. So it works out great. But they got a great community over there. They have a really good setup. All the kids are over there working together, keeping the gliders going, keeping the pilots interchanged, and then towing them back up to altitude. It takes a little while to get the glider up to altitude, so we have what we call hold set up in different quadrants, different places around the airport where we can safely have an airplane climb to altitude. They're doing big circles in the sky, slowly getting higher. So when they're called into the box, they're ready to go. And we do the same thing with the powered aircraft. We send them to what we call the hold, as I was speaking of, and you're up there holding, you have plenty of gas. And then when the other pilot exits the box, it's a nice coordination of one person exits the box, they bring in the next pilot, and it keeps the flow of the contest going. If we tried to just launch everybody off the ground at takeoff after each pilot was finished, we'd lose a lot of valuable daylight and time. And this contest has to run right on time. We have really kind of any hiccup, it can get running behind. But I'll tell you, this week, it has run like a smooth-oiled machine. As Chris Combs is up there in the hold, probably going to be called in soon. Chris from California, flying an extra 330 SC. Wonderful gentleman. Like I've said this week, known him for years. Wrestled growing up as a young kid. Successful wrestler, beautiful wife and kids back in California. Chris flying this beautiful 330 SC as he does his 2-point roll, safety check, control continuity. Most of the pilots roll left and right. Checking the belts. When you're in the air, you can usually get a couple more clicks with our hooker harnesses. And hooker harness, a gentleman named Jack Hooker started this company. And we use a 5-point ratcheting harness system to keep us in the airplane. And it really works nicely. And what you can do is, after, like, say, Chris just did his safety maneuver and his continuity check, you kind of loosen up a little bit in the airplane so that you can reach on left and right. The ratchets are on left and right sides of the airplane. They over top of our hips. We have shoulder straps and a center strap that comes in between our legs. You can get a couple more clicks on those, and to get yourself even tighter in the airplane, and as much pushing as these guys are doing, you've got to be extremely tight in the airplane, and you want to be one with that airplane. If you have any kind of movement from that seat, you just don't feel so comfortable when you're pushing. You kind of hold back sometimes, so it's extremely important to get it very, very, very tight in these airplanes. And let's see, Chris is going to be flying that sequence C, which we've already seen today, and We'll see how he tackles this sequence. We're just at pilot number 5. We got 10. As Anthony left early the other day, Osaka, he had to fly an air show, so he is already gone, and we'll be flying that air show this weekend.
Just to go back to how many flights we did yesterday, we did a flight every 7.5 minutes. We did
That's
96
incredible.
pilots, so every 7.5 minutes, there was a pilot in the box flying a sequence.
And we finished
For 12 hours, yeah.
sunset.
We finished,
Yeah.
we started, I think it was 4 minutes after sunrise, and we finished 7 minutes before sunset.
And folks, this morning we were out here, it was dark. We were setting up in the dark. The pilots were warming up their engines on the ramp this morning early, and it's very important with aircraft engines versus car engines because of the different types of metals and materials that airplane engines are made of. It's extremely important to get all those temperatures all up to the same temperature before you introduce a lot of power, which produces a lot of heat. And so if these engines aren't warmed up properly, and yeah, it gets pretty warm out here during the day, but you know, we're talking 58, 61 degrees in the morning, and you want to get this material, the different unlike materials that the engines are made of, all to the same temperatures before they go fly. So this morning early, as the sun was rising, these pilots were warming their engines up. So when they go to fly, they don't have to waste time on the ground. Time is an essence here at this competition to get their engine warmed up to slow the process down. As Chris Combs, about 3,000 feet, I'm guessing, we'll be diving in for sequence C. This will be an exciting sequence as he comes around that beautiful 330 SC. What a wonderful airplane. The extras have been through competition for over 30 years as he comes down to, I'm gonna guess, around 1,200 feet for figure number 1 in the laydown Humpty. Pull 45, full roll on the 45 line as Chris gets that airspeed just right, very precise. Everything is calculated. Full roll, very nicely done, crispy, pulling all the way around to the inverted 45, looking through the top of the canopy, picking up that left wing sighting device, setting the 45, 2 of 4 points. Nicely done as he rolls right into figure number 2, into the second half of the 2-point roll, into the 3/4 P-loop as Chris comes back around over the wing, now over the top of the canopy. He's seeing those big white markers that signify where the box is. He's seeing where he is as he commences the half roll, half push, getting a little bit to the north. He probably is out of the box right now, folks, but he's going to work his way back as he's in figure 3 across the box into figure number 4. So you're going to see him fly level for a little while. He's just now back in the box from my perspective. He's going to have to fly all the way up to the center of the box where we are to push down for this wedge figure, which has that high negative G push that Marco and I have been talking about all morning long, which is going to lead into those heavy pulls. So this is a very critical part of the sequence for the pilot.
Starts that push, hits it steep. Gonna start that push around a little off, you can see here, just because he kind of didn't get that yaw back after it. Hopefully he can get the correction, gets the 2 of 8 in, starts that push around, going away from the judges, which was a good call as he was getting kind of on there after that snap. Gonna drive it back across the box. Gonna keep going until he can find this position that he wants to push around that. And again, like I said here, that heavy push, going back up the top, and then he's going to have this negative push here, heavy pull again, so he's really got to start flexing these legs kind of before that to really hold it as he gets a handle on that, it looks like. Looking for the 1/4 roll up to bring this back to, yes, back away from us. Continues to go back around the top of this, the 1/4 roll to go back downwind, and position this 8-point roll. He's kind of right near the center, so he's got to go away, or right away with this as he does. Looping it back around, laying off the G's a little wider here, so he creates a Steinbach arcing loop to have energy over the top. There's the third, and looking for all those points across the top of this loop. Finishes just past the top of the loop there, bringing it back around, creating that speed again for this full roll. Nice and crisp, pull around the top for a half snap on the top. Looking for the same direction. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the 4th, 8 after that. And again, as we saw with the Lince flying the same, Michael Lince flying the same figure, they're just going to drive this half loop as far as they can so they can get this square loop right back in the center. His positioning is really nicely in the box for this square loop. He's not close on the judges. He's just put this right up near the front of the box. So that's what he's going to do after the half roll. It gives him a little bit of breathing room to really pick the point where he wants to start this push. Goes nicely centered in the box right now. Sets the vertical up for a bit, creating a little high box. Going to start driving across the top to gives him a little extra time to get some speed up for the snap. Hits the snap. He's got to drive it a little bit. He's driving, and then starts that push over. He drew that first line a little higher, which is okay because now it allows him to get some energy back for this next figure. So he's got to close it, which he does fine. Coming back around half roll, half loop back up for the, a lay down S. So again here, trying to take this half kind of quartering loop back towards the center of the box to help fight this little bit of wind that seems to be creeping up onto the judges. The half roll, you see he's not pulling as hard here because again, the wind is pushed him down a little too much, so he's trying to get himself kind of back towards the front of the box. But with the next figure, he could drive a little bit. Got plenty of speed up at the top with the extras, great at maintaining that energy. Beautiful 1.5 snap, really, really nice. Coming back around, again, this can be kind of confusing. You got to make sure he does the 3/4 roll first before the 3 or 4. 3/4, 1, 2, 3. Hits that. Gonna keep driving for this next figure. The 204 on the 45, the 3-line stall turn 1, and starts the roll and another roll. And then he's going to drive this all the way up to try to get as high as he can for this next figure, coming back down. It's right up on the front of the box here, so hopefully when he gets out of the hammer, he can kind of see where he's at. It's got a good view of that corner marker. We'll take this away. Looking for that right roll, 1 and 2. Good job there, driving it. Going to be taking it back towards the center of the box. Finishes up with figure number 12, going into figure 13 with the quarter roll up. Now the key with this figure is when they start this vertical pull, when they come down with the 3/4 roll, it's got to be this opposite direction because they're going to bring it back, most likely towards the judges to try and put this tail slide in front of them, but they don't want it too close. So he's got plenty of altitude for the slide. He's just got to make sure he's kind of quick as he gets out. So
this is a big one, folks. This is like balancing that broom in the palm of your hands. As Chris pulls vertical, he's looking off that left wing. He's going to balance it. He's got to get that stick forward. It's starting to slide, and it slid correctly right on top of the canopy. That's a very challenging figure, folks. It really, really is. If you don't hit it just right, the slide can go terribly wrong, and it's just it's an automatic 0. So you've got to slide in the right direction. And you'll see on tail slides a lot of times, the pilot will be perfectly vertical, and they'll set just a tiny little cheat, either forward or aft, depending on which direction that they want to slide, whether it's a stick back slide, which means the landing gear falls down, or if the sticks push forward, it's a canopy down, stick forward slide. And we have a little yaw string out on our sighting device. And what happens, if you can imagine rolling your window down in your car and taking a piece of yarn and holding it with the tips of your finger, and you see it just dangling in the wind. Well, all of a sudden, as you slow down and get slower and slower, that piece of yarn starts to droop and droop and droop, and then all of a sudden, it just it's hanging down. There's no airflow over it. Well, that happens exactly the same way when we're flying and doing tail slides, except what happens since we're going backwards is that yarn, it droops, but then it starts to change direction. And that signifies to the pilot that the airplane is now starting its momentum and its slide backwards. So at that point, the pilot will start introducing the stick, the elevator, which controls the pitch of the airplane, either forward or aft, depending on the direction that he or she wants that airplane to slide. So it's a very simple tool that we use out on our sighting device to help determine that the airplane no longer has any upward trajectory, because if you were to move the stick as the airplane is continuing to travel upward, you would change the trajectory of the airplane, which is going to ultimately change which direction the airplane's going to slide when it comes backwards. So just a little piece of trivia knowledge there for everybody watching at home that maybe is not as familiar with, you know, flight controls and how we do things in aerobatic competition. So I believe we have a glider again coming off tow. Marco and I are trying to get eyes on him. We've got eyes on the glider. It looks like they're off tow and they're going to be entering the box. A couple more gliders to go. This is going to be Payton, I believe, Payton Nunn, another United States Air Force Academy, flying the DG-1000. Again, can't say enough about all the wonderful United States Air Force Academy kids out here flying today. It's just awesome. Finishing off this great national. So we get into the sequence.
Yeah, back to that unknown again. They, you know, it's kind of different with the glider unknown. They're flying the, although all flying the same sequences, starts with that half roll, the full roll opposite. And, you know, like we saw the advanced, they all have different sequences because they get what's kind of a free unknown structure, whereas what the gliders are doing is a traditional IAC unknown. So they all get the same sequences, they all get to fly it. And as you see, they're, for the glider side, they're actually all flying in the same glider. So it's a true testament of the pilot skill on this one. As he continues on after figure number 2, going into figure number 3, that pull to the vertical, pushes around immediately, starts with his 2 of 4 on the looping P-loop, gets that 2 of point, trying to get that, muscle that aircraft back around, the glider back around for the P-loop, gets it around, continuing on back for figure number 4. Diving for that airspeed to get enough speed for this 45 to pull to the 45 and the half roll on the 45 up. Driving it nicely towards the front of the box, sets the 45 real quick so that they have the energy for this half roll. The gets it looped back around. You can see how tight that hump T is on that on the 45, just because they don't really have a lot of energy, but the elevator still creates a lot of power there up top. Pushing out for this figure 4 ending, going into figure number 5, which is going to be the push to the 45 up on a half roll on the 45 up. It's going to set this, probably go real quick as he does. You can see that yaw on the aircraft, trying to really muscle it around. Sets it a little off heading there, but it's going to push down to the vertical. Going to fly it around with the quarter roll down, pulls it back to the, actually going to do a 90-degree turn. Right now, just a little past center of the box, but nicely positioned for the judge's eyes. Again, had a bit better handle of that tailwind than the last glider we saw, so he doesn't have to drive it as far up the front of the box, but again, with this DG, the slow roll rate's a lot slower than that Fox, so they have to position this hammer a lot closer to the front edge so that that 4-point roll is nicely in the center, which Payton's doing a great job of putting the aircraft near the front of the box, goes into the hammer, and after he gets out of this hammer, continue on to that 4-point roll, which looks like it's going to be positioned perfectly for the judges here. Hammers it back around. With the glider, you can really start to see that wind kind of pushing him around the box there. Sets that line, goes to the first point. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Finishing up his sequence, his 2025 Nationals Advanced Glider debut. You know, I don't know if I could even do a 4-point that roll slow in my plan and hold it.
And hold it.
I do mine, and probably the time it takes him to do once, I don't know if I could even do one that slow.
I tell you, they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
And everybody watching.
That's hard. That's hard to do it.
It's very hard. I'll tell you this. Flying these high-performance airplanes and the rates of roll are so fast versus flying a glider or a decathlon or a Stearman, an older biplane. It's much harder and it's a lot more work to make beautifully. Sometimes these high-powered monoplanes, they have such high roll rates, such high horsepower. They're easy to move around. They're quick rolls. You can get through stuff very rapidly, but I tell you, what they're doing in these gliders is a lot of work, and my hat goes off to them. And the judging criteria is a lot different than powered. They have a lot more leeway. And again, I'm Goody Thomas, this is Marco Bow, you know, bringing y'all this exciting flying today. I don't have a big background in gliding at all and the judging criteria, but I do know that there is a big difference in what you're seeing as far as how what the glider's allowed to do between figures and the way they're judged. So it's definitely a difference between the glider and the power, and they're doing a great job out here today. I know they're having fun wrapping up nationals, and we have another powered aircraft rolling into the box. This is going to be Tom Thompson flying Sequence E. So we've gone through all the sequences today. So now we're just seeing the 3 different sequences that the pilots have chosen being flown. So Marco and I are starting to pick up a feel of how these should be flown. And I'll tell you this now, folks, I'm starting to get a little nervous because I feel some wind.
And
the wind
the other day
is starting to pick up. I believe Toto and Dorothy are somewhere nearby, creating a little bit of chaos. We loved that word the other day. Chaos might be coming back. No man's land might be coming back. We're going to see what is about to happen as the wind picks up. The pilot's nerves are getting maybe they just are having a tough time right now, just managing these nerves. There's a lot at stake here. We've still got some of our top pilots yet to fly. We have not seen Marty or Don, who were in the hunt with the magician Michael Lince. We got to see Michael fly. He had a beautiful flight in that extra 200. So there's still a lot at stake here, Marco, and only time will tell. Only Hunter Low Lead Burned will be able to tell us who's going to come out on top in the new advanced national aerobatic champion.
Yeah, everybody that's in the category this year has never won it, so we're going to have a brand new national champion this year for the advanced category.
How exciting. All these, hey look, everybody out here, just wonderful people, first class, sitting down, having a cold beer with them or a glass of water or your beverage of choice, laughing, having a good time at night. All these pilots are just first class as these 1, 2, and 3 wing wags come in here. This is Sequence E. Again, Tom Thompson and the Panzel S330.
Starting out with that figure of the 2 of 2 on the P-loop. Comes over the top. And there's a half loop on the half loop, the P loop down is going to have that half roll with the push out because it really, really wrenches on that those hooker harnesses there. Going straight into the square loop. On the top of the square loop, it's got the snap roll. Again, it's hard to do these snap rolls at low airspeed, but Tom makes a quick up line, so he's carrying a little more speed than we see most other people carry over the top. No issue hitting that snap roll though. Pushes it down, looking like a real nice square loop here. Starts that push around, managing that throttle on the way down. So it makes it kind of make those cornering easier sometimes, as well as not getting them too low of altitude. Another big heavy push again, going back to the vertical on this what we call a repositioning figure and our connecting figure. Pushes it back around, looking down. He's got a really good view of where he's at in the judges line already. He's kind of already on top of the judges here a little bit with this 8-point roll. But he decides he's okay where he's at in the box. Look for the 8 points. There's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. A little small in the last 8th, but I think he sold it for the judges there. Gonna keep going right into another one of the compulsory figures, which is that quarter roll up. Driving this up high, using all that power he's got from that 6-cylinder Lycoming to get the hammer into the wind to make it look a lot better for the judges, but needs that 3/4 roll to the left as Tom Thompson does it correct. Final Bacalon across the box. He's kind of getting on top of the judges now. For this full roll, hits that really, really nice right in front of the judges' faces. Trying to fight that headwind, as we said, you can start seeing that wind pick up.
It's picking up.
Looking on these downwind figures. 2 of 4. Pull out. Gonna have to hit this full roll real quick.
Go.
And Tom Thompson does the half loop, starts the half loop up, and looks for the half snap on the top. And does a 4 of 8. Sitting out inverted. Then just the next figure is we call the repositioning. So he's just repositioning as the aircraft for the half roll. Does the half roll, waiting now for this 1.5 snap. Wow, oh my God, whip that thing around.
Rapid rotation.
Oh my God.
Baby.
Tom did not hold back on that one. 3/4 roll, 3 of 4. The Panzel can snap, and it's a beautiful snapping plane, and Tom just showed us that. That was a beautiful 1.5
Beautiful snap.
Half roll up, pushes around on the top. Again, getting the altitude back, trying to manage this airspeed here to try and make sure the aircraft doesn't accelerate too much, but trying to get at that perfect kind of window for when he pushes over here, he's not too fast. Nice half snap, recorrects the aircraft like he's allowed to. Pushing it up to that vertical, real heavy push here. A little disorientating, but it doesn't disorientate Tom as he gets the right axis and says, you know what, I am too close down. I'm gonna drive this figure away, trying to get it away from the judge. Comes back down, 1/4 roll, gotta go back downwind.
Big pull, big 6-7 G around the bottom.
Tight,
He's
really flexing.
keeping the blood.
Yeah.
Yes, nicely done.
Half roll up, half pull back around on the vertical down. As he comes back down, he's going to keep pulling back level. Now he's in this last kind of phase of this figure. So really, as much as you think this first figure is, he's got to really set this up so this tail slides in the perfect place in the box. And right now, Tom looks like he set it up in a pretty nice spot. So that way, when he does this figure, it's going to be in the right axis for the judges. So let's see if he takes this away. He's kind of back up on the judges again.
Should be going away, Marco. He's only Thompson knows two up, nice. This is it. Here comes the dismount. We've seen a couple of these not work out so good today. So everybody at home, hold your breath. Here we go.
Goes
We're
quiet.
balancing that broom.
Looks like Tom's got it. Flipped the right way.
He slid the right way. Nicely done, Mr. Tom Thompson, as he comes back across in that beautiful Panzel. Signify to the judges, I am done with some wing wags as he breaks off, coordinates again with that tower, switching to the tower frequency. Everybody at home listen, 119.3 for a beautiful touchdown on that long runway. I believe we're going to be taking a little break, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Give the judges a chance to stretch their legs. I am out, Goody Thomas and Marco Bow. Good morning. Welcome back. 9:23 local time, Salina, Kansas, 2025 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Come across a short 5 to 10 minute break for the judges. Take a sip of some ice cold water, have a pretzel or two, restroom break, stretch your legs, make sure all our video equipment is all set up as we commence the end of the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. We're still in the power and glider. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 power left and 3 glider. It's been real exciting so far, and I have to say, the early morning conditions were ideal. I mean, ideal, everyone that just now tuning in, but the forecast winds have been projected to get higher and higher, and as myself, Goody Thomas, Marco Bow have been standing here watching these flights, we're starting to feel some of that Kansas wind coming out of the south. So it's gonna make it a little more challenging at these last few pilots getting ready to fly to keep these sequences right in front of the judges, which is so terribly important. And hey, we got a couple of our top guys still to go. So the heat is on. I know our pilots are over there rehearsing these, mentally rehearsing them, walking them on the ground, making sure they've dotted their I's and crossed their T's before they strap on that IO 540 Lycoming and take it for a spin. What do you think, Marco?
Yeah, it's wrapping up with the number 1 and number 2 people in the advanced power category. You know, we talked about the winds and talked about the weather and how the guys in the morning had the benefit of being first. And like we've talked about all week, sometimes being first or the first couple guys can be a curse, but I think this morning it kind of paid benefit to them because they definitely are not getting the wins that the later guys are going to have.
Paid a big benefit. That early draw was very nice. Some smooth, silky air for these aircraft to fly through. It was almost like there were tracks in the sky. These airplanes tracked just beautifully, and we got a great view up to the north of that tow plane and glider, folks. You could see it as such a sight. The tow plane's breaking off to the left. The glider is off tow, coming into the box, getting ready to give us another spectacular sequence from the United States Air Force Academy pilots, Daniel Russell, DG-1000. Daniel, we're wishing you a great flight. One thing to everybody watching at home, the lower categories in gliders are allowed to fly 30-degree lines. In the higher categories, what we're seeing now, I think I'm saying this correctly, are 45-degree lines.
Yeah.
As Daniel comes across the box into his first figures.
Which was the, he just finished up, he's doing this, the half roll, full roll, opposite. Now he's gonna do this half roll, pull around to the half Cuban. And on the 45 down, it's gonna be a 2 of 4. So 2 points of a 4-point roll as he attacks the headwind on very aggressively in the box so that they position this next figure, which is this P-loop, which, you know, this one figure here has been a real challenge for a lot of these pilots getting that second point in, just because they lose a lot of energy off this pull vertical and the push. But he, as he come across the box here, he's gaining all this speed that he can get just because, like I said, it's just a real energy demanding figure with a heavy pull. You can see that wing flex real hard. Instantly starts to push, starts that pull right away. Starts to push right away with the next point, trying to get this second point in, gets it in there. Again, just a hard figure for this aircraft, it looks like. The continues on out back to a level line. Gonna reposition the aircraft, keeping it going across the box, trying to, again, tack this headwind that is picking up for these gliders. Once he gets to where he wants, he's gonna continue on with the next figure, which is this 45 pull, instantly goes to this half roll. Once he gets up to the half roll, let it sit there for a second and starts his pull back around. You see just how of a low energy state they are at the top, but those elevators on those aircraft can still help them out. 45 on the down, half roll down with a heavy push out on the negative. Stays negative for a second, should go up to this 45 fairly soon. And trying to get the speed back is kind of a catch-22 for them. The wind's not really helping him, but they need that speed to finish these rolls off. As you can see here, as he gets near the top of this, really running out of that energy, that yaw and the power of that rudder really taking over as he pushes around the top, looking straight down, starts that quarter roll quick, comes out of the roll quick, going to continue on with the cross box with the 90-degree competition turn. So with these 90-degree competition turns, they have to show the point of the bank and then show the continuous rate of turn as well. So it's not just as simple as turning the aircraft. They have to show the bank, show the rate, and not vary their bank angle throughout the whole turn. So it's kind of like a roll. Hold that point for a second to show you've got the bank, and then you're going to pull that stick around to maintain that bank angle and rate of turn for the aircraft. Driving back across the box, waiting for a perfect moment to pull this hammer, which he says, you know what, I think this is a great place to do it. Pulls to that vertical, waiting for it, starts to hammer over. And again, when they get out of this, they've got this 4-point roll, and as you're going to see later on, we'll have a fox fly, but for now with these DGs, these roll rates are much slower than what a lot of these people are used to, and it's a much, requires just a lot more of that aileron and pitch and the rudder to help keep the aircraft not only on a level flight attitude, but also keep it on heading. As Daniel finishes up his sequence, doing a great flight, finishing up the 2025 Advanced Nationals Championships for his flight. Good job, Daniel. Thanks for coming out this week and flying with us.
Nice job, Daniel. Look forward to seeing you in the future. We've got a power next. This is going to be another beautiful 330 SC flown by Alexander Huey, flying sequence E.
And just so, what's cool with Alex here is Alex actually is new to the extra, so he's been flying the laser. So he comes from a 200 horsepower fabric and aircraft, and he's flying one of the top aircraft in the world right now. So
that's a big jump.
It's a big jump.
Yep,
a lot more prop, a lot more power, a lot more roll rate, and you know, he got bronze, I believe, in the last flight of the unknown. So, you know, that's the coolest thing about these unknowns is it's all about that ground preparation, and you know, it's that big golden equalizer for everybody.
Ground prep is extremely important because if you aren't prepared when you go to fly this flight in the box, it just makes it that more. It's mental gymnastics. That's what it is. It's mental gymnastics going on. So if you don't have a good preparation prior to getting in the airplane, your mental gymnastics just are pushed to a higher level, and the pressure is more on you to make the wrong decision because you haven't properly prepared. Alex will probably dive in, as many of the pilots have, for his safety figure. We've discussed that many times this week. Diving down, probably around 160, 170 miles an hour. That beautiful MT propeller pulling Alex through the sky. An AEIO 580, 330 horsepower. Taking Alex up in the vertical as he does his warm-up figure. Look in the box, seeing where he is, seeing the drift. 2-point roll, maybe, maybe not. I think he might have done that prior as I look around the skies. Climb back up to altitude, get up there, get a position, decide where he wants to dive in the box. You know, it's pretty interesting when these pilots dive into the box, you know, you can see all the 9 white panels on the ground to form this square. So you know where the wind's coming from, whether it's pushing you to the judges or away from the judges. So as Alex, we watch him climb up there, he's getting in the position to go, okay, I want to be on the left or right of that center, because after I fly my first figure, then my second, then my third, with the wind drift, this is where I'm probably going to end up. And that's that preparation that he did prior to him getting in the airplane. So he's getting lined up where he wants to dive in, and it's so critical. Let me tell you, folks, you dive in the wrong spot to start figure 1, it can blow the entire sequence. It's that critical. So it's very, very important to have your plan, stick to your plan, don't deviate from your plan. As Alex gains a little more altitude, He's going back. He's going to turn left. He's getting himself lined up. He's on those panels going, okay, it's a slow, shallow bank. Now he's starting to dive. He found a spot. Here we go. The 3 wing wags. Alex Huey, 2, and number 3.
Start out with that sequence E, which starts with that P-loop first, half roll, 1, 2, pull around on the P-loop, keeping a tight pull here, going over the top, look for the half roll down, there's the half roll, pushes out, into the wind, looking for the square loop, trying to keep the position nice in the center of the box, right in front of the judges, pushes to the vertical, quick off the top to keep that speed there, needs that full snap. Push down, pushing it back around, being really quick with those lines. Driving across the box.
I see that wind. He's coming to us.
Yeah,
he's coming to us, Marco.
is.
The wind is definitely starting to become a factor. 1,000% as he pushes into a push, pull. Humpty Bob figure 3. That light coming, pulling him straight up, looking off that left wing. Looking off the left wing, pushing over the nose, picking up the horizon. Vertical down as he spots those big white panel markers in the loop with the 8-point roll. Let's count them out loud, Marco.
Going around, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All 8 points are there as the regional jet takes off behind us. Going back, going to this vanilla hammer. He's worked himself back a little bit in that loop, which is nice to see. Going to have this quarter roll up. And you're gonna drive this up, and away, try to get back to that top of that box as much as you can to get some energy back. Really starting to drift now, as you can see, as he gets up higher. 3/4 roll on the way down, look for the left roll, hits it perfectly. Coming back down towards near the bottom of the box here, looking for this 45 Humpty, needs a full roll on the way up, needs to make it nice and crispy for the judges. Very crisp roll there, driving it up, humping it back around the top, pulling on the tight, trying to help this downwind to not get blown so far downwind, nice and quick with the 204. The engine doesn't need that much performance, or doesn't need that much energy because it builds it up nice and quickly. Full roll, half loop up for the next figure. Half snap up here with the same roll direction. Half snap, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the points there. Driving across the box. Now, they don't have to hold this half roll forever, but someone might move just to see where they're at in the box because it gives them a little bit of time to see where they're at. 1.5 snap, pull around. Again, this figure, 3/4, 3 or 4. They've got to make sure they hit the 3/4 first. And 3 of 4 shows each point. Pulling right away after it into this half roll. I think he started to notice how strong these winds are.
They're really picking up. They're starting to blow as comes across the top of this half square loop. He's positioned up for a big figure. So there's our big pusher of the sequence. It's that 45 half inside snap on the 45. Hard push around upside down shark. Here's your half flick, half snap. Little shallow. He's holding it though. Now he's going to be a big push to vertical for a 2 of 8 cap off. Upright. Oh, here comes the wind. Paperwork starting to fly down here, folks. The wind is on its way as he comes across the top of the inverted shark's tooth. Pushing down for a double Humpty Bump, quarter roll down. Hard pull at the bottom. Alice is probably going to put on 7, 8 Gs. As he pulls around, he's grunting, keeping that blood in his head as he does another half roll and pulls back around to complete figure 12. Folks, 2 figures left, and our favorite figure, Marco and I, the dismount, the tail slide at the end of the sequence. Exciting. Everybody at home, watching.
You just don't know which way it's going to go.
You don't know which way it's going to go. It's exciting for us. It's like, which way are we going to go today?
The whole world goes quiet.
It does.
And you're just waiting for that one to see which way the plane flops. And once that thing starts to slide, you can't do anything about it.
You're alone with your thoughts. And you're either going to be...
You're either cussing up there or you're
it's like, where are you going, airplane? Looking good, Alex, coming across the box.
Got to be real quick
Here
with
we
it.
go.
He's riding on the judges.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Only Alex knows.
Power's coming out, trying to let that plane slide. It looks like it's going to flop the right way, and it does.
And see the pendulum effect, everybody at home watching. There's no criteria for that. The pilot is not deducted any points. Crispy wing lag, as you see, Alex had to immediately turn. We're not allowed to fly over the runway. It's a dead zone for us. So if any aircraft exit the box to the east, where the runway is, you have to quickly go back north because there's active traffic over top of the runway 1735, and we have an agreement with the airport. So all our pilots are briefed on that. They're doing an excellent job, as Alex did. Alex, I think, will be pretty pleased with his flight. Doing a really good job with that airplane, as Marco said. Finished up, I believe you said, third in the
first unknown.
First unknown. Did a wonderful job. And I haven't had a chance to sit down and talk with Alex, but hopefully over the course of this evening or the next few years, get to know the young man. I believe, is he from Arizona?
Yeah, he's from the Phoenix area.
Phoenix area, okay, Phoenix area. And I've heard very nice young gentleman. So good job, Alex, and look forward to seeing your scores on that one, bud. See if we got some questions rolling in. Maybe Marco's got some questions.
Yeah, so one from James Anderson. How much in advance do they get to know the unknown sequence? How far in advance are the pilots getting these unknown sequences? Okay, so there's a construction time period, and then there's a time period that the pilots get once the sequences are posted. So the sequences are posted, the pilots can go up, and they're sent to their email, and they're also posted on a wall. And I might be not 1,000% correct, but there's a time period. I think it's around 18 hours. 18 hours.
I was going to say 16 to 18 hours. You can go, okay, which of these sequences do I want to fly? And then you say, I'm going to fly, you know, A, B, C, D, you know, and you turn it in. And then when you go to fly your sequence, the judge will confirm with you to make sure their paperwork is correct. Let's use Alex Huey as an example. He just flew. They'll say, Alex Huey, Chief Judge, I have you flying sequence XYZ. And they'll say, yes, this is Alex Huey, I'm flying XYZ sequence, so everybody knows we're on the same page. But that's been checked multiple times prior to going into the flight, so there's no confusion to distract or take away from the pilot. All right, got a glider coming in. I don't think this is our almost last glider pilot. This is Arvin,
who flew earlier for the free. So, you know, he's which is going to be kind of interesting because Arvin was the first to fly today when it was calm wind. So he's fun thinking, okay, well, these are what the winds feel like, and now he's about to fly up again, and the winds are going to feel totally different.
And I believe now he's in a Fox. Is that correct?
No, I believe he's in the he's in the DG.
Oh, he's in the DG. Okay, okay.
And so he starts out with that half roll, full roll, opposite. And with that, after that, following that, they're just going to be driving it. He's got the half roll back in there for the pull back around for the reverse, or for the half Cuban. And once he gets back on the down line, or the 45 is going to have a 204. Like I said, Arvin flew earlier, and that was for his free because of that rain weather we had. That kind of cut that category short the other day. So they let him fly this morning, which, you know, you could say would be a benefit, but the weather is totally different right now than it was first flight this morning that he flew. Looking on the top, that one figure again, it's really difficult for these guys. You can see slowly comes over the top, bringing it back around that P loop with the 204. But they're making their way through that one figure. It definitely has been the most challenging figure, it looks like, of this whole sequence. A little bit of that nose down, picking up that airspeed, getting it back across the box to continue on with that 45 Humpty with the half roll up there. What you'll see is when they hit this 45 Humpty, they're going to go real quick because the DG just doesn't have the roll rate that the Fox does. It can pick up the energy, but again, the roll rate really doesn't help them out here. Gets it back over the top, pulling it back around off the Humpty bump to set that down, 45 down line with the half roll on the way down, then going to do a push out for inverted across the box as he looks down in all those panels across the box to figure out where does he want to start this next figure. Looking to that side, he's like, I like this spot, I'm going to push up, start this half roll again. Again, you'll see that yaw really takes an effect with that rudder as they really try to keep that coordination going. Pushes down, starts that 45 roll real quick, pulls back around. It's going to take this 90-degree back towards the upwind as it comes towards the judges here. Again, finishes off with 90 degrees of a heading turn, leveling the wings. Now he's really kind of close on the judges here at the front, but he's just going to have to keep tractoring or driving it or gliding it, would be the right answer, gliding it back across the box. Right now, about coming on just center box here, right in front of the judges. We'll see how far he drives this up. Again, that hammerhead doesn't take up a lot of room, but the figure after it's a 4-point roll, which takes up a tremendous amount of room in this aircraft. I would almost say that it probably uses up almost the whole box, 3,280 feet of it, or 1,000 meters of it, just to finish off a 4-point roll in this DG glider here. Finishes the hammer. Gonna have to get into this right away. Starts instantly with it, gets the first point, goes for the second point, has that second point. You'll see here as he starts to roll to the third point, it's kind of pushing on that elevator, try and hold that heading. Comes on the last point, finishing it off with a sequence. Arvin finishing up his 2025 Nationals advanced category, and that is the last glider of the advanced category. We still have Dave Watson to go, who will be flying the unlimited category, sole person in the limited category here for the advanced glider, or for the glider category. So one more glider to go after. But next we're gonna have the powered aircraft up, which is one we're really all looking to watch. He's flying the Charlie sequence, Don Hartmann.
Don Hartmann's
He's
up.
in contention.
Yeah, he was in contention with, we were talking earlier, my notes
pressure,
here,
man.
we had Marty, Don, and Michael, 1, 2, and 3, and we got question marks all by their names because there's still a lot of flying to go, and we'll see how the shakeup continues to shake. It's been exciting. Temperatures coming up a little bit. Winds are definitely going to play a factor. What a week this has been, wrapping it up today. And folks, listen. For those who are just tuning in or been tuning in, we still got flying after this. It's the 4-minute freestyle. Smoke, music, tumbles, torque rolls, lots of fun flying yet to go.
Don't forget, we have glider 4-minute freeze as well.
And glider 4-minute freeze. It's gonna be exciting. Please grab another cup of coffee or your beverage of choice, another snack. Don't tune out, tune in as Donnie Hartmann, his lovely wife Monique, from the West Palm Beach Willis Gliderport. Donnie's been flying aerobatics for well over 30 years, nickname Oil Can. Great little duo those two have. Monique drives her car all over the United States, supporting Don. She volunteers everywhere, helps out, makes these nationals run smooth. With all the volunteers in the back, Alice Johnson, Steve Johnson's wife, not only managing unlimited aerobatic teams and traveling the world with her husband, Steve. She's keeping everybody straight here as Donnie comes across the box for his safety check. We have Mary Beth Rudd, Chris Rudd's wife. So many people in the registrar area make this contest happen. Shad Coulson's team is unbelievable. What a job he's done. I believe I'm speaking correctly. This is his 3rd year running as contest director, and I've got to say, absolutely the best, one of the best, if not the best, so far in my tenure, almost 30 years in the sport of a well-oiled machine. As Donnie does his belt check, control continuity, he's going to climb that extra 300S, which is one of the original extras that Walter Extra from Germany designed. Unlike the newer 330s that are out flying, then the new 330SX, Walter's latest and greatest machine. We'll see how that aircraft transpires over the next few years. as the 330 SCs start getting wind down in production. I believe they've built a little over 100, so I think about 110, 120 330 SCs. The SXs are starting to come onto the market. We have a few of our American pilots that are flying SXs. We just brought back some advanced aerobatic pilots from the Advanced World Championships flying SXs. So I'm excited to see that airplane come on to the competition scene. It seems like it's going to be a very proven airplane. And one place I think we'll see a lot of improvement with that airplane is in the 4-minute freestyle. The way the airplane's designed, it has a little bit better tumbling capability. Hopefully in the Aristi type of flying, which we're watching now, it will be successful also. But Donnie's about ready. I know the nerves are high. I've had the opportunity to have breakfast. His preparation with Donnie is just incredible. He wants this so bad, as all the other pilots do. Donnie's gonna be flying sequence C. I've got it in my hand. Marco does too. I'm nervous. Marco, he's diving in for figure number 1. We're gonna start with that lay down Humpty. Here we go. Don Hartmann, Willis Gliderport, West Palm Beach in the 300S, sets that 45 line, full aileron roll.
Crisp.
Nice crispy taco, stops it, perfect. He's picking up that sighting device, bringing his vision over the nose of the aircraft for the 2 of 4 points. So far, looking real good. Positioning's good as he goes into figure 2. He's right into it. He's exactly where he wants to be as he walked it, coming across the top of this 3/4 loop in this beautiful blue sky on our last day of the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Here comes a half roll, hard 6G, negative push, out to inverted as he goes right into figure 3, Marco.
Yeah, pulling with that half loop up. We talk about this repositioning figure here. He's a little downwind on the judges, but it's completely fine. It's going to give him that kind of breath that he's going to want here with all that pressure that's on his shoulders right now to try and make this a clean flight. Managing that throttle as he's going to come across the box, push down for this 45, half snap with a big push going to the vertical, kind of creeping on the front of the judges box.
He's creeping, he's looking, Marco, he's looking. Where are the markers? I'm looking left, I'm looking right. Where I'm going to push, this is where I'm going to be. You see the power being reduced. He's going to push that 45. He's where he wants to be for figure number 4. He's pushing the 45. Folks, here we go, half inside flick, big figure, boom, hits it, he's on his 45, hard push around the vertical, lots of G, pushing him out of the airplane, 2 of 8 point roll.
Pushes, looking like he's taking it away. I think that's a good decision here.
Smart
he knows
move
it's
by
on.
Donnie.
It's on the judges. He knows that. He can see that wind pushing him. We can see it from the ground here, picking up that headwind. Gets on that positive again. These heavy G's coming in right now. So he is screaming in there, I'm sure, holding on to those G's, trying not to gray out like we talked about earlier. Holds it perfectly fine. Quarter rolling up. Getting that aircraft repositioned back in the center of the box, so when he finishes up for this, starts this 8-point loop, it's nice and in center of the box. Was really patient driving that upwind, which was nice to see.
He's back repositioned perfectly. Here he goes into his loop with the 8-point roll. We'll count them so everybody at home can keep up. Sometimes they're hard to keep up with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As he comes around in the loop, 8-point roll, figure 7, full roll, half loop up, and he's going to move on quickly. There's your full roll. Positioning is excellent, right in front of the judges, right where he needs to be for the half inside flick, same direction, 4 of 8. He's got some load, the airplane's sliding back towards us, so Donnie's going to have to be very critical on his next couple figures of keeping his positioning.
Hopefully he can cheat this one away a little bit, try to push it back towards the center, because although he is still nicely in the box, he's good. We just think he's going to be a little
left. That's what he's doing. He's taking it away, folks.
Yeah.
Nice cheating. Half roll on. Right at the bottom of the box, folks, for this square loop. This is a big one. He's going quickly.
Started real quick with that late after, a little short after, looked like, but he's finishing up the square loop. Finishes up that figure. Now he's going into this reposition, which hugging that bottom, but he's going to have a little bit of altitude gain here. As you see, he's real light on this pull, trying to get that energy back. And I think, like we'll see with a lot of these people that have been flying this Charlie sequence, they're really going to open up this second point. As you see, Donnie is holding that 45 for quite some time with a light pull, really opening it up, trying to get that altitude back, get back to center with a quick half roll to the top, and I'm sure he'll go quickly into this 1.5 snap as he starts to get crowded in the backside of the box and gets that speed. Nice 1.5 flick, pulls around, so comes down to the bottom again. Can mess it all up here if he doesn't hit the three-quarter first. Hits it first. 2, 3, hits it nicely, does it in the correct order as well. Driving it back across the box, needs his 204 to be placed perfectly, so it sets up for that last figure, that big dismount. Pull into that 45 with the 204 up. 1, 2, hugging the front of the box. Definitely some win on the judges now as we get into the final few flights of the advanced category. Going back up to the top of the box, getting all the altitude he can. Looking to drive this away. He has no other option really but to drive this away. 2 of 8 to the right, driving it back towards the center of the box. Now that he's gone away from the box, he still has to drive it far enough away so that when he comes back for the next figure, he's not getting back up onto the
Exactly. You could actually create 2 problems. If you're fixing a problem, but you might create another problem. But he did a very nice job. He created space. He's got a buffer between us because remember, folks, when he finishes his slide, he's still got to come this way. So as Donnie pivots around that full left rudder, he's going to do the 3/4 roll. You'll probably see level 1/1000, and he's going to go to vertical. He's going to have to.
He's right in the front of the judge, right in their faces.
Perfect position, Don. And he does exactly 1 count, and he goes. All right, here we go, folks. Hold your breath. Hold your breath for Don.
Let's go, Donnie.
The canopy must slide down first.
And throttles it back.
It's
now it's at the one with the wind. There we go. Canopy comes down.
Yes, and he completed that. Nicely done. You can see how much the aircraft already drifted. He's a kite in the sky. Look at him. The big Donnie Hurricane. 3 wing wax. Tight turn staying out of that buffer zone. Back into the box. Changing frequency from 2992 to 19.3 as he switches frequencies and he transitions to landing. Still work to go. Starting to get really windy, folks. The wind is picking up. We have, I think, 2 pilots to go.
1 glider. So glider's going to be next with Dave Watson. But he had to work for that flight.
That was work.
I would not want to have that weight and my shoulders on that flight, especially as complex as that flight was.
That was complex. The wind is definitely rearing its horns right now. We saw evidence of that. These pilots are working extremely hard. I'm proud of Don. Nicely done, all these pilots, everybody. What a week of aerobatic flying we have had. What a privilege. We're all out here together, having a good time, flying during the day, volunteering, getting together at night. There have been some great socials that we've had at the airport. We've had an ice cream social. We've had taco social. We've done some awards out there. It's just a lot of fun. We'll commence it tonight with a banquet. Last chance for everybody to get together. We'll have a slideshow. We'll award the trophies for first, second, and third out of each category. They've already given out the medals for the individual flights. We'll crown our national champions again. I've said it earlier this morning, for those maybe just tuning in, you know, as they have a little break at work or in between classes in college, whatever you're doing, but we want to give a huge shout out to our new unlimited national aerobatic champion, Jeff Bourbon. Let me tell you something, folks, something about Jeff, if you don't already know. I've known Jeff for a long time. His beautiful wife, Maria. Jeff is one of the nicest, humblest people you have ever met. He's worked so hard for a long time. Jeff has been national champion before, but I know this one meant a whole lot to him. And I'm so happy for the guy. It couldn't happen to a better person. Very well deserved. People were right on his tail all week long. And Craig Gifford really pushed him to the max, right up to the very end. And Craig had a wonderful, beautiful week of flying, finished in 2nd place, followed by AJ Wilder. What a trio of great individual, awesome men. They have just done a fabulous job, the best flying by far out there in the unlimited category. And my hat goes off to those guys. Just a spectacular job this week of flying. And if you get a chance, folks, you know, send a shout out to those guys, whether you see them, you know, out and about at local airports or for competition, you know, just saying, hey, great job. And it's, but all the categories, it's been a hell of a week of flying, a lot of emotion flowing through this contest this year. And everybody's come together and as a family and a community and made it happen. And we pushed through this contest. And I'm proud of everybody. I know everybody that's running this contest has been proud of the way it's taken place as our glider comes off tow to finish up. This is going to be Dave Watson flying
in the
limited.
Fox.
In the Fox. Dave, another outstanding gentleman from California. He has an MX. He decided to break away from some power flying and get into the gliding. And I saw Dave this morning coming off the elevator and grabbing a cup of coffee together early this morning, and always smiling, really nice gentleman. And I wish him the best on this flight. And then that'll be done with the glider category today. So what a week, Marco. It's always good seeing you too. I know we live kind of close together, but we, you know, busy lives as dads and husbands and airline guys, and we don't get a chance to hang out much, but it's been fun hanging out this week, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, it has been. And Dave's brought his wing wags in, starting out with his first figure. So this one's going to be cool. You're going to see a lot of snaps and stuff. So we've got him. He's going to start with a push down on a 45 down goldfish. As he pushes on the 45 down, there's going to be nothing here. So he's just going to gain a bunch of speed because on this next one, he has a half outside snap. So instead of snapping into the aircraft, he's going to push himself real hard out of the aircraft, trying to auto-rotate it around. As he pulls back around, we should see here momentarily a big pitch in the aircraft. There's the pitch. There's a roll around.
Wow, that's awesome, man. Nice,
so cool.
Dave.
204, and then a big push to a half loop up. You can instantly already see on that 204 how much more roll rate that Fox has than the DG and why it's so superior. As Dave really tries to hold on to
Come
this
on,
half
Dave.
loop.
Come on, baby.
Oh, no.
Yeah, baby.
And I think Dave's going to continue on, get some speed back as he pulls back around. We'll see what he decides to do on that figure two. It's supposed to be a half loop up. Unfortunately, he lost the energy to keep that aircraft going up there. Dave looks like he's climbing back up a bit. We'll see what he starts with. Starts that 45 push. He's going to do the full snap. Look at the the displacement on that snap. He probably moved 50 meters or something like that, just to the left. Loops it back around. I'm glad he continued all that because that was awesome to see that snap. Sits inverted. 1/4 roll down. Takes it away from the judge. That roll rate is just incredible.
It's
on that
incredible for a wingspan like that.
Yeah.
The maneuverability of this glider,
Yeah.
it just has you in awe. I mean,
Vertical up,
just
quarter roll, straight into the hammer. Dave's gonna have a heavy push out into another push vertical to a canopy up tail slide.
Oh,
so
our
push
favorite.
out, back to the canopy up, into a tail slide. So let's see, to the canopy, so we need to see the belly of the aircraft fall towards us, not away. So see if he'll get this one, and he does with ease.
Nice job, Dave.
Half roll down.
I mean, the roll rate, it really is. I mean,
yeah.
it's comparable to like a
Pitts.
to me, like a Pitts, the cat climb. I mean, like the roll rate is. He's doing a great job. It corners nicely.
Here's a half snap again, which is going to be awesome to see right in front of the judges.
Oh, wow.
So cool
Yeah.
to see. Yeah. Pull it out. I wish you would have just made a sequence of just half outside
And you can
snap.
hear that wind noise.
Yeah.
It's just, folks, I wish at home we could bring that to your computer screen or your telephone. It's just awesome.
You can hear that wind just break from the aircraft and like reattach to the aircraft. It's just so cool to see. As he finishes his unlimited unknown, and as the sole competitor in the unlimited category, I guess there is your U.S. 2025 unlimited national champion, Dave
in the glider
Watson.
category, Dave Watson, nice job, big job. Big job.
That
to
was
you.
those half
Great
outside
work, Dave.
snaps are cool.
That's really cool, man. You did a good job in that glider. That'd be a fun glider to. I don't know if that's a 1 or 2 seater. I'd love to go for a ride one day. So, folks, that's it. Like Marco said, we're finishing up the power category. We've got two pilots left. Yuichi Takagi and Marty Florenoi to bring up the rear. So that'll be it. We'll wrap up. Nationals wristy flying will be done, and then stay tuned. Don't leave that screen. We have the 4-minute freestyle. So what we'll do, folks, is we'll change out judges. We'll get the music set up. The 4-minute free guys that are flying and women that are flying the 4-minute free will get the smoke oil in the airplane. So we can follow them. They'll have their music they give into the contest director. They all have a particular music they like to fly to. And then we get to watch this. It's going to be exciting. I'm going to be out here hosting. Maybe I'll have a guest speaker, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to talking all these pilots up as our next competitor rolls in for, he's flying sequence B. Yuichi. Looking forward to seeing him fly. Only biplane beside Anthony. Anthony has already gone on to an air show. So this will be beautiful to see the pits.
Do you know if it's like an
iconic airplane?
I say, do you know if it's a sin not to have the pits in red?
It could be. It could be. That is a traditional color of the Marion Cole paint scheme.
Yeah.
Beautiful paint scheme with the bomb burst.
I remember I had a pit test on that. So that was my first aerobatic plane, and it was I bought it from a ex Blue Angels pilot, and so when I repainted it, the mechanic that was doing the paint job, when I told him I wanted it blue, he told me no, I wasn't allowed to paint it blue, and there was about a week-long discussion with him and I about painting it blue, because he was very adamant about not painting it blue. But we painted it blue, thankfully, because that's what I wanted. But he gave me so much crap about it for the next 3 years that I owned the aircraft, basically, to about having a blue pits and not having a red and white pits or a white and red or pits. It's a beautiful airplane. There's still a very competitive airplane. Folks, a cool video, if you have time today or tomorrow, everybody tuning in that just love aerobatics. I remember I was growing up as a kid, fascinated with this, radio-controlled airplanes, flying aerobatics. If you type in, I believe it's the 1985 Hilton Masters of Aerobatics, they're all flying pitses, and it's really fun to watch. And as Yuichi comes in for his 3 wing wags, flying sequence B. Starting off with that 45 Humpty, pulls to the 45, full roll up, real nice full roll, hits it dead on. As he climbs and climbs, keeping those lines equal in between them, pulls around to the 45 down. It's going to be a 2 of 4 on this 45 down. He's got to show this first point. 1, 2, easy to see with that paint scheme up there. Pulls around level, going straight into the full roll with a half loop up. Full rolls it, half loops up, already positioned really nicely in the box, really equally balanced on the left to the right of the judges. Needs to show this pitch for this half snap. Gets the half snap in there. 4 points of an 8-point roll, 3 and 4. Now he's looking above the top of the canopy, saying, okay, where do I want to start pulling for this next figure? Nose needs this square loop to be right in the center, so he's got to really drive this. But if he drives it too far up, when he does his half roll at the bottom, he'll lose a lot of energy. So he's got to really position it so he's not spending much time down low inverted. Besides, that's where he wants it. It looks like a good position where he can do this half roll real quick and starts to go immediately into that big push up to the vertical.
Square loop's been a tough figure, folks. It's a challenging figure, a lot of pushing. The airplane needs some energy to get a good, clean snap roll so you can stop it crisply.
Taco crispy.
Taco crispy, as Yuichi just did it. He completes the top half portion. He's gonna vertical down. He's got to close this square, so he does not need to rotate, so he has equal line lengths of top and bottom, which he nicely did into a connector figure, figure 5, with that half roll. A S in the sky, a lay down S in the sky as he's repositioning the airplane. Right now, you can actually kind of take a breather. There's not a lot of high-speed rotations. You're just flying around, getting the airplane back to where you want to get it in the box as you continue to set up when he transitions from figure 5 to figure 6. So he's where he wants to be. Folks, you're gonna see him gonna go a half roll, then right into a 1.5 inside snap. So here we go, he needs to hit it now. on the edge of the box. He's probably out, but he's going to be bringing it back in for a 3/4 roll, 3 of 4. So let's see this 3/4 roll to knife, and then opposite, 1, 2, 3. So pretty if that biplane does a very, very nice job as he goes into this 8-point roll, which is into the wind. So you'll see the first part of it, he's going to pull a little tight, and now he's going to open it up to start getting the points. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down rudder, 6, 7, 8. He's going to start pulling more. Now he's going to start really pull to close this loop right in front of the judges. Nice job, figure number 8. We're getting halfway through the sequence.
And now he's going to start thinking about this crossbox figure. So Yuichi's really here. He isn't really in no man's land like we talked about before. He's kind of in the front of the box. So when he gets to the top of here and finishes hammerhead, it should be an easy decision for him to hopefully take this away. But Yuichi could have different ideas about what he wants to do. Let's see. Yep, he decides, like we both think, taking away is the best choice here. Starts driving it away. Now he's finishing this connector figure, which has a couple of roll combinations on it. But all it's really designed to do is help Yuichi get the aircraft back in position for this next figure, which is this half snap down. So he's going to pull up, 1/4 roll, finishes that 1/4 roll, pull around the top, which is going to help him finish right in the center of the box, looking great. Half roll on the way down, pulling back on the downwind, which helps him get the aircraft further downwind, and then a half roll on the way back up, which right now looks really nice with the positioning. Not too far downwind, but that wind is definitely starting to kick up as Yuichi's driving this aircraft now across the box. Got to figure out how he can position this 45 snap so the judges give him the highest score possible for it.
And he's driving. The airplane's almost like a glider speed right now. There's a lot of wind, folks, as he pushes over to 45. Big half inside flick. He hits it nicely. He sets that line. He's maintaining 45 degrees as he's trying to get pushed out of the airplane with -5 G's on his body as he goes vertical for 2 of 8 points of a roll. He's going to come to us. Watch, though, folks, as he pushes across the top. Look at the airplane sliding to the right because the winds are so strong. Now, he has a nice reposition maneuver, figure 13. Let's see how he does that. But watch, folks, as he's in this figure, he's slowly drifting north. He's slowly drifting north. He can't stop it right now. He's going to pull back into it, but watch, the airplane's not going to gain much ground because there's so much wind at the top of this pull Humpty. He's trying. He's doing everything he can. But the wind, there goes one clipboard, folks. We are losing it down here. The winds are picking up. They are getting strong as we go into the hammerhead turnaround 1/4 roll up. And my glasses are going on the ground. And we're pivoting around 3/4 roll, 2 figures left.
3/4 roll to the left to keep it back into the correct axis of the box. Now we're taking into this tail slide, which, again, what will happen here? If he goes the wrong way, if he forgets he went the wrong way, it might set him up incorrectly for the next figure. So Yuichi driving it back across the box, getting that speed up so he's a nice clean airframe as he pulls to the vertical, holds that line.
Look at that
kind
wind.
of a little bit negative, but
Yeah.
it's not terrible. He might get a point deduction here, but if it falls the right way, it'll work out for him. And it does.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, man. Good job,
Yuichi.
Yuichi. Pulling into this last figure. Pulling into this last figure. Looks like he does the 2 of 2, pull around, coming around, kind of getting the altitude back, trying to come down. He's got to do a half roll here, but he needs to be quick. He's kind of flirting with the bottom of the box here, as I think he knows. Gets around quick, looking for those wing wags to finish that sequence.
Yuichi, figure sequence B. One more pilot to go. The heat is on. Marty Florenoi to finish off. Close the chapter. Close this 2025 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships chapter. Marty has a chance, still,
To be a national champion.
To be national champion. It is up to Marty. Folks, if you're thinking about walking away from the computer screen right now, if you need another cup of coffee, now's the time to quickly do it. You have about 2 to 3 minutes go take a restroom break, grab that cup of coffee, whatever you need to do, but you gotta watch Marty Florenoi fly, because this could make or break the U.S. National Advanced Aerobatic Champion. We've seen the top competitors fly, and it's up to the judges. It's been up to the pilots. We saw Don Oil Can Hartmann. We saw the magician Michael Lince, and now Marty Florenoi, all question marks by their name. It has been so exciting, been a lot of fun. Marty, long time aerobatic competitor. Known Marty for well over 30 years with the Bear Creek Bunch down in the Atlanta, Georgia area. Marty, world judge, world competitor, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Loves to tell some stories. He's got lots of stories as he pushes the nose of that aircraft over for his safety check. Marty's got years and years of experience flying the 300S. Marty has flown an MX, a Pitts, now the 300S. I'm sure Marty's nerves are a little high, a little anxiety, as he knows he's got to really put up a solid flight because there's been some very good flying today. One mistake, and the question marks will move all over the place.
And did Marty make the right choice choosing a completely different sequence than the other guys? Right? He chose Echo, and the other two guys he was competing against for a top spot right now had Charlie. So, you know, did Marty's decision pay off? We will know later on when the scores come out.
And the wind is at its peak and at its max. So Marty is flying in the most wind, as Marco said. Did he pick the right sequence? This is all gonna unfold in front of us. Everybody at home getting to watch this.
So James Anderson asks, are the judges viewing from the ground out west, or are they in the tower? So they're not really in a tower. We're on the east side of the judges' line. So we don't try to put the judges, we look at what the, you know, in the morning time, the sun rises in the east. So we don't want the judges on the west side staring at the sun. So they'll be on the east side, so that way they get a nice clear view of all the figures with the judges as well. So good question there, James.
And we're sitting on the ground, James, and we're lined up with the center of the box. And we have 5 judges out there. Each judge has an assistant judge to help on the calling of the figure so the judge can stay focused, their eyes in the sky. They have a recorder who is writing down comments and the final score of the figure, which then are collected. And then those score sheets are then inputted into a computer. And then you can see them real time, as you guys can click on the IAC website. International Aerobatic Club, what a great community. Our president, Jim Burke, running the command as Marty pushes over. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the last flight of the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships in the advanced category, flying Sequence E, Marty Florenoi.
Marty is coming in hot for figure number 1. 2 of 2, half rolls 1, 2, half P-loop around. Again, making this radius bigger. Got to fight those winds at the top to try and make this all look symmetrical, not trying to pinch the backside or float it too much. Looking really beautiful right now. Half roll on the way down with this real heavy push. Pushes hard out of there. Got to go right away into the square loops, already kind of pushing it up near the upwind of the box. He realizes that, pushes it vertical. Now we'll see if he decides to ride this high or go quick. Marty decides to go quick to keep the energy on the top, but he's got to hit the snap quick as he does to try and keep those lines square. Comes back around the side. You can hear him working that throttle, trying to make that radius nice and square on each side. Look at a nice, beautiful square loop, but he does have to close it off, so he's still got about another second or two, and closes it off.
Closes it nicely. Positioning's looking real good, Marco. He goes into figure 3, the push, pull, Humpty. If I was Marty, as I would come over the top of this, I would start introducing some rudder into the pull as he comes around, setting himself up for the
8-point
roll.
Starts this pull for the loop around. We got to count each of these points, looking for an 8-point roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Finishing up the 8-point rolls. Got to keep this looping back around. A little flat on that last side. It's kind of really hard to get that last part to go. Keep curving at you, working that aileron, and stick the whole time. Finishing up that figure, going into that quarter roll up. When he gets done with this quarter roll, he has to hammer to the left, which he does, and start this roll to the left. We'll see if Marty rolls to the left here. Gets it going good. Starts that pull, looking to drive back across the box. As he gets across the box on this 45 up, we've got this full roll that can be disorientated because when a lot of them like to roll left, so we'll see. When you're rolling left, that wing doesn't really help you view where you're trying to go. Kind of do it off field. Marty clearly knows that plane, has no issue hitting that full roll to the left. Pulling it back around, the wind is really kicking up. He's got to really close the top of this 45 tight to keep them on point. Quick with the 204, 1, 2. Pulls out to level, starting to creep up on the front of the box here. He's got basically 3 figures before he can really work his way back. So needed that full roll, half loop up. He's kind of
he's drifting towards us.
Yeah,
he's got to get it away.
Does the 4 of 8 here, gets all points.
Getting right on top of the judges, folks. Marty's seeing, he's looking right down at us. He knows he's got to move this aircraft away to increase his chances, his potential for the national championship. He's working very hard up there. He knows the competition's on the line. He does the 1.5 snap, half pull. He's pulling all the way around for the half loop down. 3/4, 3 of 4. He's going the right direction. 1, 2, 3. Right on top of us as he goes into the half square, half roll, setting himself up for a very challenging figure. He's coming around. He's going to be bringing in some right foot. Maybe he can slide the airplane. He's stopped in the sky right now. His ground speed's extremely slow.
And with that wind, it doesn't help out because as he's slow, it's still going to keep drifting him towards the judges. So he's really got a position that's perfect.
The half snap to the right, he went left, which will bring him closer to us. I would have taken a half snap to the right.
Now he's got to make sure he rolls this to the right as he pulls up to the vertical.
Pushing vertical.
And 1, 2, takes it perfect to the right. Now
pushing
the big thing, he's got to be patient here. He really
has
has to drive.
Use your experience as he drives. He's right into it, Marco.
Oh man, that was the best decision, but
I don't think but we'll see. Marty might be able to make up some ground here with his half roll. Only a few figures left as he pulls around at the top of this Humpty bump. He's looking back around, seeing if he's where he wants to be. He knows he's on this front edge of the box. He's slid away just a little bit.
Maybe he'll cheat a little bit with this 45 and pull a little away from the judges so that he can get some ground back. But after the figure, it is a cross block, so hopefully he realizes how close he is on the judges and can take it away, which should be easy to see as he does the 2 of 4. Pushes to the vertical. When he comes down from this hammerhead, he'll have a really, really good view of this box to see where he's at.
Marty's working so hard. He's working hard. I know he wants this. They all want it. They've all been working all year long. It's coming down to the most technical aspects of the sport and to the final figure of the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Folks, this will close the contest with the slide. Marty is the only one that knows which direction
power comes to idle.
Slide.
It goes quiet
it's
and
quiet out here. I can hear a pin drop.
Slides it the right way.
Correctly done, Marty, as he pushes the power back in and recovers from the tail slide. That is it. And there's your 3 wing wags. What a week. What a 6 days this has been. Folks, we still have one more flight to go. The 4-minute freestyle. It's going to be exciting. I'm Goody Thomas. This has been Marco Bow. I'll be here for the 4-minute freestyle. Marco will be cheering him on. He's going to be flying it in this beautiful Sukhoi 31. Thank you for all your comments. Please continue to bring them in. Anybody interested in the IAC, please sign up. We would love to have you, whether you're a pilot, want to volunteer, just want to be a part of the sport and the club. It's a great community. We would love to have you. We have thousands of members. It's a very good organization. The judges are grabbing their gear or wrapping it up. Again, one more flight to go. Forrest Fox Videos. We are very fortunate to have Forrest Fox and his videography crew bringing y'all all this live stream back to your computers at home or your telephones or wherever you are around the country or world. thank you for tuning in, and we will be back with y'all in a little while.
Hello and welcome back to our live stream from the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships live here in Salina, Kansas on the 5th and final day of competition flying here. We have seen incredible flights from pilots of all walks and all coasts and spots of the United States all week long. This is the finale. This is the end of competition flying here, and this is something a little bit different than classical arrestee flying that we have been seeing all week. This is the 4-minute freestyle, a bit of a combination of competition flying and air show flying. Alongside me, Rob Dumovic, accomplished aerobatic competitor in his own right, and Goody Thomas, a unlimited level competitor who had an incredible showing this week on now the U.S. National Aerobatic Team. He will go on and represent the U.S. To the world in 2026, the World Aerobatic Championships in Batavia, New York. The 4-minute freestyle is something a bit different than what is typically seen at an aerobatic competition. This is a lot lower and a lot of a different style.
Yeah, so that's a big different style. So it's more of the air show flying. Everybody back home watching on TV, y'all been watching all these lines and angles. Everything's based off of a horizontal, a 45, a vertical line. Everything has to have symmetry. Everything has to have cadence. With the 4-minute freestyle, these pilots will be flying within a 4-minute time period. Anything goes. Creativity, no lines and angles are judged. They can use smoke, they can use music. It's all in the minds of each pilot. As Francis comes in, he's going to do another warm-up figure just to make sure the belts are tight. He'll do a continuity check that all the pilots have done to make sure the flight controls are correct left and right as he comes around in a pull, pull, pull Humpty. And I have to say this today, Pete, what's going to be a big, big factor, and I'm already noticing, there's a tremendous amount of wind. And wind sometimes can kill energy. And if these pilots don't manage their energy with the wind today, you're going to see these pilots getting low, which is not good, and low on energy. They need to keep the pace of the flying going. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch as these judges throw out some hopefully good scores to these pilots today.
This is much more subjective, although there is an objective set of rules and an objective set of criteria that the judges are looking for here. This is primarily pleasing to the judge's eye is the idea, and using the full gamut of the airplane and full space of the aerobatic box. This is set to smoke and music. Pilots are timed to a 4-minute limit. They can complete their sequence under 4 minutes at 3.5 minutes, but they're penalized if they fly over the 4-minute limit for their sequence. So this is something that is a bit of a combination of art and science, as Chief Judge Hector Ramirez now clears Francis Barros from St. John's, Florida into the aerobatic arena. Rob Dumovic, you were flying in the advanced category earlier today, and the wind is definitely a big challenge.
It is a monster challenge. This is the strongest wind we've seen all week. These competitors have been flying, and they may not be compensating, or they may have that previous experience in their head, but it may not be working for them today. Good news is this is a freestyle. They can adapt as they wish in order to fly the performance that they want for the judges.
Francis Barros will signal his entry into the box here with 3 wing wags, and will start his sequence here at the very low edge of the box now, about 500 feet above ground level, starting with 2 rolls across the box. Francis Barros of St. John's, Florida, born in Brazil. He says he wants to send a kiss to his daughter, Helena, and his wife, Juliana. He flies an Airbus for American Airlines and is the second owner of this beautiful airplane, an Extra 330 SC. The first owner responsible for its very unique paint job, probably one of the more unique paint jobs we've seen in the hangar here at Salina, Kansas, as Francis goes up toward the left side of the aerobatic arena and completes a bit of a spiraling tower maneuver, and then back across the box left to right. Goody Thomas, what do you think of Francis's performance so far today?
Francis is looking really good, man. He came in with a lot of energy. You're right, exactly right. He started at the low end of the box. Francis is topping out right now around 1,500 feet. Looks like he's setting himself up for a tail slide. He's probably going to catch this, smoke back on, fly into the wind, give us a little bit of hover. He's going to give us 1 turn of a flat spin and stop, which was very smart. You don't want to push the bottom end of the box. He's very low on energy. Right now, Francis is going to try to work the airplane back away from us, gain some energy back for the flight. He's done a very, very good job in the beginning with some nice symmetrical rolls. As you come back around, smoke back on and see what he's got for us. More than likely, some type of gyroscopic tumble.
And this is a little bit different than an air show where you cannot direct energy at the crowd. Francis is now doing a tumble on the y-axis towards the judges, showing us essentially the corkscrewing ability of this tumble as he puts it right on the center of the judges. Francis, a 5-time Brazilian national champion in 2013, 14, 15, 16, and 18. This is his first contest in 7 years after taking a hiatus, and he also flew in the Red Bull Air Race Challenger class in 2015 and 2016. You can definitely see Francis's competition background on display here today, Goody, as he comes across the center of the box.
I had the pleasure of meeting Francis for the first time at the 2009 World Championships in Silverstone, England. That's where my friendship started with Francis, and I continue to see him at World Championships over the years past, whether we were in Italy or Châteauroux, France. And yes, accomplished a Red Bull Air Race pilot, Airbus pilot. As Francis comes around the knife edge spin, the knife edge spins lose a lot of altitude. You see, only gives about 1.5 roll rotation into a 1-turn inverted flat spin. Doesn't want to push the bottom of the box. He's giving himself plenty of room for margin. Margin is very, very important in the 4-minute freestyle air show world. You have to have a way out. As Francis goes vertical, it's like he's into a torque roll.
Looks like a 1-turn roll on the upline there. Looks like he's going to run it out of speed here. The competitors being pushed heavily by the strong Kansas wind out of the south here, transitioning into an inside tumble on the downline. Francis Barrett putting on a very good inaugural display to kick off the 4-minute freestyle today, Rob Dumovic.
Absolutely, and some of the things that we can't hear, that's another element of this competition, is the music. We're far enough back from the speakers that the judges are listening to that we're not able to hear that music on the stream, but those judges are enjoying the show, listening to the music, and he's trying to put the maneuvers and figures that he's flying to that rhythm of the music, make it all feel like it's one flowing show coming together.
There is a technical criteria here that the judges are looking for. They want to see the complete use of the flight envelope of the airplane. They want to see what's called an exploitation of the aerodynamic and gyroscopic.
Ah, the windmill, absolutely awesome. Into the windmill, he called it 2.5 turns. I had to interrupt him. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, folks. You don't see too many people performing the windmill.
There are the 3 wing wags from Francis Barrett as he exits the aerobatic box to the west here. Goody Thomas, that got a big reaction from you, unlimited competitor, and also some applause here from us on the announcer's line. That was a very good showing by Francis Barrett, originally of Brazil, now of Florida.
Goody, that made me think you were a fan of that maneuver. Tell us about that.
That windmill is I've done that a few times. That's a fun figure to fly. I had a feeling he was going to do something back at us, and he tried to put it right over the judges. Nice flight by Francis. I'm sure he'll be very happy. I did not have my stopwatch going. I hope he was under the time limit. I hope he did not go over his 4 minutes. But, you know, he's changing frequencies, going back to 19.3. Landon, back here in Salina, these guys in the control tower have done an awesome job all week. And what a view those guys have today.
Yeah, the timing penalty, the time for the 4-minute freestyle is supposed to be 4 minutes timed from the 3rd wag into the box and finishing on the 3rd wag out of the box. Goody, having flown a 4-minute free before, how do you make sure as a competitor that you get the timing just right?
You know, a lot of guys have different ways for, you know, stopwatches. Well, pretty easy ways. You go to, you know, a sporting goods store, buy you just a basic stopwatch, mount it on your dash, and then you hit start, and then away you go. You just got to keep up with it. But people have different clocks, different techniques to keep up with it. But it's easy to get caught up in the moment when you're having so much fun up there flying, and you just keep flying, and all of a sudden you look down, it says 410, and all of a sudden, you know, the penalty points are racking up.
That's, is it 10 points per second or 100 points per second?
I know it's lower than that. I can't remember the exact point percentage, but I will tell you this: the 4-minute free over the last many years has really been elevated, and that was due to the late Rob Holland. And everybody now is really, really striving to up their game in the 4-minute freestyle because of what Rob brought to the 4-minute free flying and elevated it to such a level throughout the entire world. And so I think we're going to see some exciting flying today.
It is not quite as regimented, even though there are very regimented rules, not only for safety, but also to fly for the judges. We're not flying specific figures. These are designs by the pilots themselves, really showing off their ability to fly as freestyle pilots, which is quite different from the more regimented world of arrestee flying, which we have seen on display all week. Pilots downgraded 10 points per second that they go over 4 minutes. And Chief Judge Hector Ramirez, in the very strident pilot's briefing earlier today, emphasized that the judges will be looking particularly for low calls. They do not want to see the pilots fly below the floor of the box, which is 100 meters, or if we're using not the metric system, 328 feet. And so they will be watching with a hawk eye to make sure that the pilots don't come down low.
And that's why we flew the low lines at the start of this too, to make sure those judges' eyes are calibrated for that safety factor for not only the competitor in the box, but also the people on the ground, civilians, and the safety of the sport as a whole.
And I want to add something to this, guys. You know, everybody watching at home, everybody tuning in their telephone, their TV, their Jumbotron, whatever they got to enjoy this flying. Flying a 4-minute freestyle and flying arrestee, two totally different disciplines.
Yes.
And just because you're good at one doesn't mean you're good at the other. And where I'm going with this, you got to put in a lot of time and practice into 4-minute freestyle to make a really, really good one and keep the airplane moving. It takes years to build your repertoire in a good 4-minute freestyle. So what you're seeing here today are years of compilation of pilots putting together figures that flow nicely, that allow safety, and allow the judges to give them some great scores.
Cleared into the box just now is Aaron McCartan from a flying family. He is a fixture in the competition circuit in the Midwest, being from both parents who were aviators. He soloed an airplane just 3 weeks before getting his driver's license on his 16th birthday. So he's really been in the sport of aerobatics for a long time as he dives now into the box for his safety figure to ensure that the airplane is safe and ready to go. Goody.
As Aaron pulls up, he's also doing a safety check. You'll probably see every pilot today do a safety check. And here again, you know, it's like before you go run a race or you get ready for your CrossFit class, you got to warm your body up. So he's putting a little G on his body. One last chance to check his belts. With those hooker harnesses we use, we got a 5-point hooker harness system there with ratchets. He's loosening himself up just a little bit right there. He goes upright. He'll reach over with his left and right hand, get a couple more clicks on that ratchet, because you want to be really pressed in the seat hard, especially when they introduce some high negative Gs.
Yeah, you don't want to be flopping around the cockpit. You're connected to the stick. Stick's connected to the flight controls. If you're moving, it's moving. And if you don't want it to be moving, showing those judges any inadvertent maneuvers, man, that's going to lower your score.
You may notice that Aaron is flying an airplane that is slightly different than some of the airplanes that we have seen in the unlimited category this week. Some have joked that the unlimited category is turning into a one design category of mostly extra 330 SCs. Aaron is flying an airplane called the Extreme Air XA41, a design by Philip Steinbach of Game Bird fame, also known as the S-Bach. This airplane is very different, has a longer chord wing, meaning from the front to the back, it's quite wide. It's a very different shape, Goody, and we'll see if the judges find that shape to be pleasing as he makes his call to Chief Judge Hector Ramirez that he has completed his safety figure and ready to come into the box.
You're exactly right. The airplane definitely presents itself differently, and when the airplane rolls, the shape of the wing, it does have a different rotation look to it. As far as with the arrestee flying, I know Aaron will do some very high energy stuff, high snapping stuff. He really enjoys flying this airplane. He's somewhat, over the last couple years, new to this airplane. He's doing a fantastic job as he starts his 4-minute freestyle, coming at us, probably 300 knots, rolling and rolling, and here we go, Aaron McCartan.
Good job, Aaron McCartan, on the Y-axis entry here. In front of the judges, making a very dramatic entrance into the aerobatic arena. He goes up, trading that excess airspeed for altitude now as he does a couple outside snap rolls over the top here. Leveling off the airplane, the Extreme Air known for its incredible yaw control. It has a very large tail. and we will likely see Aaron put that on full display here for the judges. A subjective set of criteria, also objective in some ways too. He's doing a nice looping figure here around to the right with a half snap roll on top of a half loop, followed by a series of outside snap rolls, then an inside snap roll, followed again by some low airspeed flight, showing off the capability of the wide chord wing there of the Extreme Air XA-41.
Absolutely. The slow speed characteristics of a lot of Philip Steinbach's designs are on display in this, as well as the Gamebird GB1.
As you notice, Aaron is he's trading as much energy as possible when he necessarily needs to get back to altitude, so he'll slowly work himself up. He did the series of snap rolls. As he's getting energy back, altitude will convert to energy as Aaron comes across the box at knife edge. A few more minutes to go for Aaron McCartney. He's doing a fantastic job as Aaron goes away from the judges.
And the judges want to see a contrasting period of gyroscopic maneuvers, dynamic maneuvers, but also graceful maneuvers. And you can see that in the slow roll rate here as Aaron goes up into the torque roll, essentially shifting the airplane into reverse, coming back through his own smoke now. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 lengths of the airplane. A very nice torque roll by Aaron McCartney of Iowa.
And that tail slide was much better done than mine during the advanced contest. So I need to get with him and get some notes. Really nice roll away, standing on that rudder, pushing that stick forward hard, outside G's for that tumble there. That was fantastic.
Aaron's got about 1 minute and 30 seconds left. He's probably going to do a high-speed push. Oh, that is 9 negative G's, trying to push him right out of the airplane. Wow, I've not seen that today.
I'm glad he tightened those belts after that warm-up figure, because that was trying to throw him out of the
Very
cockpit.
necessary as he comes over the top here, letting the wind shape the radius of this maneuver here. Seems like he's diving into for some speed. We'll likely see some inside snap rolls. That's 3/4 followed by a quarter roll. Aaron McCartney bringing it across the box for the judges now, showing them the dynamic ability of his flying, but also the regimented ability of his flying. They want to see a mix. They want to see a little bit of both.
He's still wind correcting all his radiuses too.
And he's doing a very nice job getting back to altitude, creating space, getting distance from the ground, keeping his flight safe. He's doing an excellent job because, like I said earlier, all of this wind is killing a tremendous amount of energy in these airplanes today. So every pilot is being very calculated. Density altitude's coming up a little bit into a nice hover. Those cylinder head temperatures are really feeling it today.
And so much of this is about the placement and the positioning that the judges want to see from Aaron as this airplane comes now towards the judges. This will likely be one of his final figures pulling up. You can see the belly of the Extreme Air XA-41 with a big kick of the rudder followed by a big kick of opposite rudder.
Just a double hammer?
A double hammerhead over the top, almost a 3/4 hammerhead as he puts it on the knife and takes it out with 3 wing wags. A very nice freestyle performance.
Well done, Aaron.
Of Iowa.
Nice job, Aaron. He finished right at 3:58, I believe, and some change. He ought to do very well on scoring with that. These pilots are doing an outstanding job today. We have many more pilots to come.
Really nicely flown. These guys are showing a variety of, well, we've already seen 2 different types of aircraft, and I don't know, between the 2, they were different character of flights. However, I think they brought out the personalities of the pilots. The pilots were able to make those airplanes dance through the sky.
It is really, you know, we talk about freestyle sequences in arrestee flying, in traditional competition flying, but you are sort of limited by what you can put into a freestyle based on what is in the catalog of figures, what is allowed by the IAC and the governing bodies of aerobatics, of competition aerobatics. This is something that comes completely from a pilot's own creativity. And so they're really, truly allowed to express themselves in this combination of artistic airshow flying and the science of competition flying. It's a really interesting combination. If you're just joining us here, you're tuning into the live stream from the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships in Salina, Kansas. This is the last flight that the judges will see here in the aerobatic box, the icing on the cake. for a week of flying here in Salina. This is the 4-minute freestyle, and this is what brings everybody out of the hangars, everybody out from working on their airplanes to watch what is the crescendo here. This is something quite different and something that you don't see a lot at the regional contests put on by the IAC. You'll see one here and there. This described by the rule book as essentially an artistic expression of a pilot's ability and also the end. Still have to pull it out at the end here too.
And you know, this stuff is punishing too. You know, the pilot can make it as punishing as they so wish, but I wanted to add something to that. These pilots also, they figure this sequence out. They figure out altitudes, they figure out airspeeds, because they have to have the discipline to stick to their routine for safety. You start ad-libbing in 4-minute free routines, you can start getting too low. You don't stick to your plan. It's very important, just like when we fly Aristi sequences, we have to stay to a strict parameter of what we're flying. These pilots are doing the same thing, and they've rehearsed this on the ground also, because it's extremely important for safety. When you start ad-libbing, all of your numbers don't match up. And I wanted to add one more thing. This is a separate score. This flight does not average in with the Aristi flights. It's a whole
different category.
Whole separate category
Different
for
trophy.
everybody watching at home. Yep.
And while we had a lot of people that came out from the local community to watch us fly throughout this week, out here at Hangar 509, we've had a lot of people come out specifically for this 4-minute freestyle today, knowing that it was a lot more air show style, a lot more entertaining, not as technical, and therefore you didn't need to have that technical background knowledge in order to appreciate the flying that you're seeing in front of you. It's all fun, but this really is the show of shows at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships here in 2025.
Goody, tell us, you have been a 4-minute free competitor in the past. How much preparation goes into coming up with a sequence that will not only be interesting and safe, but something that could put you over the edge so that the judges really want to award you with a championship trophy as a 4-minute free pilot?
You know, it's something that takes years. It's just like the Aristi flying. If you really want to put together 4 minutes, keeping the airplane moving, keeping the judges excited, it takes years and years to put it together, because it's an art. It is an art form. And, I remember something that the late Rob Holland said, is you want to show the judges certain aspects of a figure, but you don't need to stay in that particular figure too long. After you give them a few seconds of a rotation or a tumble, it's time to get out and move on to something else instead of repeating the same thing over and over and over. And it takes a lot of work to put it together, and it really helps. You have a good eye on the ground, you have some video, you go up, you fly some figures, you use your smoke, you come back and you analyze it, and you see where you can take away things, add things, and then you have to put the safety margin in there. And so again, years and years of work to build up to 4 minutes of excitement.
As A.J. Wilder of California makes his final approach here for his safety figure, he'll bring it right down to the bottom of the box. This is something that is optional for the pilots to do. They are able to do one free gimme figure. Usually pilots are doing a vertical figure, Humpty Bump, or maybe a hammerhead on the top to check their seat belts, and also to check the winds, which has been a pretty big challenge here in Kansas in the prairie. The winds have picked up as the week has gone on. It started off quite calm. Last check, the winds are off about 20 miles an hour. As A.J. Wilder comes across the box, rolls inverted to check his belts, and then out the left side of the box as he prepares for his 4-minute freestyle sequence.
Out at home, you're probably hearing something very significant that we haven't heard from the previous two competitors, and that is the sound of supersonic shockwaves coming off the tips of the propellers of AJ's airplane. He has that motor turned up probably 2950 or 3000 RPM. Typically with the AEIO 540s and 580s on these airplanes, we turn a maximum of 2700 RPM, and that keeps those shockwaves to a minimum. But this is air show style flying. We're looking to get the audience's attention, and one way to do that is through noise. Make your airplane loud. People know where to look in the sky to find it. And while that's a little bit harder on the engines, it puts on a much better show.
A.J. Wilder now on the downwind leg as he looks at the aerobatic arena here in Salina, Kansas. An avid aerobatic competitor, 25 years of flying experience. He flies the Extra 330 SC on competitions throughout the U.S. and Europe. He's a new member of the 2026 U.S. Aerobatic team. He'll represent the U.S. on the world stage at the World Aerobatic Championships, which for the first time in a long time will be held in the continental U.S. in Batavia, New York next late summer. Two-time advanced aerobatic championship, finished 12th overall in the world in 2018. He's also the co-founder of the Figure One Foundation, a nonprofit dedicated to granting aviation scholarships to young adults, as AJ Wilder here comes into the aerobatic arena for his 4-minute freestyle.
And he is waking up the neighbors to the north with that propeller RPM right now. That is impressively loud.
Only AJ knows what's in store for us. AJ had a wonderful week of competition flying, flew very strong, finished a 3rd overall. AJ's first podium finish at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. I'm very, very happy for AJ. He works extremely hard. Architect by trade, but loves to fly aerobatics, and AJ's going to put on a wonderful show for us today.
Typically when we see three blasts of smoke out of the airplane, that's the competitor signal to the chief judge to start the music that we're hearing out here on the judge's line. AJ did the 3 puffs of smoke. Maybe that started the music, maybe that didn't, but here he goes with the wing rocks, and he's coming into the box now with a couple of snap rolls coming on the down line, trying to drive right towards the show center. As the airspeed increases, those snap roll radii increase as well. The dynamics on the pilot are increasing incredibly as he pulls up to the vertical right.
What is interesting here is the time element of this sequence, and we've all set our stopwatches now. There is a 4-minute limit on the 4-minute freestyle, as the name implies. At 3 minutes, 30 seconds, the pilots can end their sequence. At 4 minutes, every second over, they lose 10 points, as AJ Wilder does an inverted spin on the right edge of the aerobatic arena, followed by a full roll, bringing it towards the center of the box. He's an architect by trade, and of course you will see probably some of that creativity from the architecture world in his flying today in this freestyle. Quite different than the regimented, structured world of Arresti flying. AJ brings the airplane up into a torque roll on the left side of the judges here, backing it up through the smoke. This is going to be one to clean off. He has gone from IFR to VFR flying now, back down on the downline, showing us the bottom of his expert. Goody, how would you grade this performance so far?
Yeah, so far AJ's keeping the airplane moving. I know what he's probably setting up for. He's taking the airplane away. Well, maybe he's not going to be setting up for a tumble, but usually this way the pilot's getting the airplane positioned so he can end over end coming at the judges, or AJ might just choose to do some snaps. Let's see, 2-point rolls coming down. AJ's doing a great job, high energy, keeping it safe, keeping it high.
What is so interesting to me is that this is unlike an airshow performance, which is typically left and right, not much depth in the performance itself. This performance and all of these freestyle performances are worked on the y-axis to and from the judges, and so the competitors have the ability to essentially take something toward the judges to really up its drama.
Yeah, and as far as the criteria for using the entirety of the box, I think he's demonstrating that now by also using the front and the back to take maneuvers left, right, forward, back. You can really use 100% of it.
AJ's got about a minute and less than 30 seconds and some change left as he takes that extra 330 SC to altitude. AJ's doing a really good job. The wind's creeping up, density altitude's creeping up. These pilots are keeping a close eye on that.
What I wish you at home could see is the full spectrum here. Forrest, our videographer here all week, has been doing a marvelous job on the judges line, taking live video for something like 12 or 15 hours a day. This is very interesting to see from a long lens, but you do not really get the full perspective here. You don't really get to see essentially how the airplane is moving up and down the box, left and right in the box, and especially against a perfectly blue sky. It's hard to judge this just so, but in the wide shot here, you can really tell how much the wind is howling and how good of a job these very experienced pilots are doing, keeping their maneuvers within the aerobatic arena centered on the judges as A.J. Wilder sets a bit of on a 45 heading track line toward the judges here with only about 22 seconds to go. Remember, a 10-point penalty for every second over 4 minutes.
He's got about 10 seconds remaining, and if you want to see this in person, make sure you come out to the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. There's no entry fee, so just come on out, be a volunteer. AJ, fantastic job. Now, the good news about all this wind is it really gets the smoke out of the box, so you can continue to focus on the competitor.
A.J. Wilder of Los Angeles, California, now making his base turn as he comes in here for runway 17 here at Salina Regional Airport. If you're just joining us, this is the live stream of the IAC National Aerobatic Championships in Salina, Kansas, and this is the climax of a long week of flying here. This is the 4-minute freestyle. A bit different than all of the arrestee style flying and typical competition flying you have seen. My name is Pete Muntean, alongside Rob Dumovic, advanced competitor, and Goody Thomas, unlimited competitor, and member of the U.S. National Aerobatic Team for 2026. We'll be flying in the U.S. World Championships in Batavia, New York, representing the United States. Goody, we have seen some really quite incredible flying here today as we stand by for starter Doug Veda to send the next competitor into the box.
We have seen some very nice flying today. You know, these guys are working very, very hard. If we could, anybody at home watching the live stream, I wish you could see the pilots once they get out of these airplanes. They'll be soaking wet. It's almost like they just went and ran a 10K.
It is a workout.
It is a workout. They're working hard. They're working very hard. They're working hard to stay safe, but they're done. They're beat up. It's been a long week. It's been a long week for everybody, but thanks to all the volunteers, everybody out here helping. You know, the pilots also volunteer, and they help make this happen, but all the people that aren't flying behind the scenes, like we've said all week, have made this whole event possible. Shad Colson has done an incredible job. He's going to be hosting the World Aerobatic Championships as the contest director. If anybody has any available time in late August, 1st of September, you want to head out to Batavia, New York, which is sitting right smack in between Buffalo and Rochester, New York. Please come out. That time of year, the weather up there is fantastic.
You are able to see now the live shot from the east ramp here at Salina Regional Airport. As the pilots are standing by, you'll see plenty of monoplanes today, several extras and game bird types from the mind of Philip Steinbach, extra of Walter Extra, the Sukhoi, which is being presented today by Marco Bau, a 9-cylinder radial engine, quite a different sound, and will also, and a rarity in unlimited level competition and the 4-minute freestyle, see a biplane from Yuichi, who is flying a Pitts S2S. Yuichi Takagi, he's had 20 years of competition experience. We were standing by on the release for him into the aerobatic arena. Pitts is something you don't see very often in hardcore aerobatic flying like this today, Roger.
Anymore, yeah. I mean, it was the dominant aircraft for a solid 40 years, and then as the carbon fiber monoplanes came on the scene in the late 80s, early 90s, with their lightweight 300 horsepower engines and low drag, plus minus 10G ratings as well, it really made the plus 6 minus 3G limited Pittses, some of them not necessarily obsolete, but the writing was on the wall. And Yuichi being our fourth competitor, it's our third different type that we're going to see in the 4-minute freestyle. And I've been watching him for the last 6 years fly that airplane, and he absolutely makes it dance. The 4-minute freestyle, I think, is an advantageous competition for the Pitts because it's not about flying all these different crazy complex figures that are in something like a free unknown that gets put together using a resty. This is more the air show style where you can show and feature the strengths of the Pitts, whereas you don't need to have as much verticality. You don't need to have as fast of a roll rate as the monoplanes excel at. And really, you can bring that show low, close, and really get intimate with the judges.
Yuichi Takagi is originally of Japan. He's been flying since 1992. He is flying the Pitts S2S, something you also don't see very often, although it has a slightly modified wing and some slight modifications to the airplane. Yuichi was flying an air show just before this competition in Utah and had to be sworn into the competition, for lack of a better term, late, so he could arrive after flying that air show and come in here to fly the 4-minute freestyle. Yuichi flying the lone Pitts biplane from the mind of Curtis Pitts, a 1940s design, one of the original Pittses, Little Stinker, flown by Betty Skelton, one of the first female aerobatic pilots to fly in the competitive scene, is now hanging in the Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center of the National Air and Space Museum in Dulles, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. It's one of the first airplanes you'll see when you walk in.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on the live stream with the International Aerobatics Channel. The U.S. National Aerobatic Championships in 2025 are brought to you by Extra, Aura Aero, Game Aerospace, MX Aircraft Company, Northwest Insurance Group, and the American Champion Aircraft Corporation. We've got a couple competitors here on the live stream. Myself, I was flying the MXS. Goody was flying the Extra 330 SE, and Pete flying our sponsored American Champion aircraft. Quite a difference in performance between the two, but I started out flying Super Decathlons. Goody, what did you start out your aerobatic training in?
I started out in 1997 in a Pitts S2B. Flew the S2B 97, 98, 99, made the advanced national team, flew Grossenheim, Germany, 2000, the Advanced World Championships, and then moved into a Sukhoi 31 in 2001 and flew that airplane from 2001 till 2010, and then moved into the 330 SC.
Outstanding, and yeah, your 330 SC has a bit of a competition heritage. There's a couple of dates of World Championships on the tail of that aircraft as well.
Yeah, I have had the opportunity to fly in Foligno, Italy in 2011, the USA 2013, Silverstone, England 2009. I used a Sukhoi during that world competition, and then Châteauroux, France in 2015.
And Pete, I've been competing alongside of you since 2014. We both were flying decathlons then, and you have really mastered the aircraft. You did a fantastic job in intermediate this year as your first national contest. Well done.
Thanks. It's been a lot of fun, and the big thing is the camaraderie here. Of course, the live stream focused primarily on the flying, but it's really the people that make it, and been able to see and meet so many folks from pretty much every corner of the country who assemble here in Salina, Kansas every September. A lot of pressure because this is a team selection year for the U.S. National Aerobatic Team, and also a lot of fun as we complete this long week here in Salina with Yuichi Takagi of Japan, now of the west coast of the United States. He is of Red Fox Air Shows and was just flying an air show in Utah prior to flying in the U.S. National Championships as Yuichi completes his safety figure here at the center of the box to fly his 4-minute freestyle sequence. Goody, I did not know that you flew the Pitts at the world level. What is it like to have to use a Pitts as the tool of performance here in front of a very scrupulous judging corps for the 4-minute free?
You know, it was interesting. So lots changed since the year 2000. That was my first Advanced World Championships, and I was flying against monoplanes. But I have to say, if the airplane's flown properly and all the figures are flown clean and in the judge's face, you'll get good scores. I was very fortunate that year. I ended up finishing 7th in the world at that World Championship in a Pitts S2B, and it was plenty airplane. There were one of my teammates, Bubba Vadrine, was flying an Extra 230. Extra 230 came on sort of to the scene. We are talking about biplanes in the 70s and 80s. Leo Laudenschlager really brought the monoplane into the limelight for everybody and started dominating. And but a properly flown biplane can bring you some really good scores.
Yuichi Takagi now showing off his smoke system here in the Pitts S2S as he begins his 4-minute freestyle sequence in the lone biplane in the 4-minute free category here in Salina, Kansas. He has cued the music from the judges the box. clock shows. There are the 3 wing mags, the signal to start. And the clock has started.
The biplane really does have a different presence in the sky. It's just absolutely beautiful to watch. Yuichi's done a fabulous job year after year. The 4-minute freestyle, triple outside snap roll.
Yuichi's airplane in the quintessential Curtis Pitt scheme, red with white. It's the only proper way to paint a pit. Yuichi doing a very nice job using the full area of the aerobatic box as he climbs into speed, bringing it pretty much right to the bottom at about 500 feet. He now goes off to the left in what appears to be a looping figure, a half looping figure. We do not have an arresting card in front of us as he does triple avalanche, now 4 over the top of the aerobatic box. This is a 4-minute freestyle of the pilot's own design, so they're not flying off an arresting card like we would have in front of us typically here in the commentators area, the commentators box here in Salina, Kansas. Yuichi is really using all of the airplane and all of his ability to show off what is a freestyle, very different type of flying.
He definitely wins so well with the amount of rolls he's put into this sequence. He is putting that horizon to the work. That aircraft as he pulls to the vertical. He's only got 50.
And he's working it. He is working it so hard. He's maintaining maximum energy. Double hammerhead. The first we've seen today. A double hammerhead. And a push. Unbelievable. He will get very high marks for that.
He is a wild man.
Yuichi working the wind, transitioning from a slide into a torque roll, changing the flight controls as he goes backwards so that the rate of the rotation will increase. Power's coming off. He's holding the flight controls as tight as possible so the stick doesn't rip out of his hand as he gains airspeed from all that altitude.
Yuichi Takagi flying the Pitts S2S, typically at 260 horsepower. This engine has been pumped up to 330 horsepower with a Lycon engine.
That is a very graceful roll.
Half of a rolling loop, beautiful. The Frisbee. He just pulled out the Frisbee.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Very nice low-speed hammerhead off the right edge of the aerobatic box. Yuichi Takagi now bringing the airplane down, trading that excess altitude for airspeed. He is close on time here. We are about 30 seconds out, maybe even less, to the 4-minute limit of the 4-minute freestyle sequence. Pilots penalized 10 points for every second that they are over.
He is absolutely making the wind disappear. We can see the smoke is moving. He is not. That airplane is parked. That smoke is moving past him.
Yuichi Takagi using the funneling force of the biplane aerodynamics to hang it on the prop there. Here over Salina, Kansas. There are his wing wags.
Wags out.
Yuichi Takagi's 4-minute freestyle in the lone biplane here in the category.
That was outstanding.
That was a heck of a job. Yuichi really put that pitch through his paces. That was very impressive. Just impressive. Great job, Yuichi. You'll get some very high marks on that performance.
Wow. Wow. How long has he been competing? Over 20 years? Amazing. It really shows the expertise he has with that aircraft. Fantastic. Fantastic. And it shows you that what you can do with what we maybe have thought of as an obsolete design, where it really shows off in the hands of a skilled craftsman such as Yuichi. if you're interested in learning more about aerobatic competitions, go to IAC.org. You don't have to be a pilot to come out and be a part of the air show or the aerobatic contest world. I started out as a recorder, not as an IAC member, at my first contest in 2007. And from then, I've absolutely been hooked. And it's not just about the flying, but also about the people. We're cheering for not only a pilot and a competitor out there, but also our friends that are flying. And I'm a bit jealous sometimes that I'm not eligible for the 4-minute freestyle yet, but this is a whole lot of fun to watch them fly. And we're out on the judges line. As a volunteer, you get as close as anyone to the competition, to the action, and to the air show. This is closer than you would be at if you were at an air show at a sanctioned event. So if you want to be a part of this and get to see aerobatics up close, come on out. We always need volunteers at IAC contests. On average, it takes at least 16 volunteers to put one pilot in the box. Now that we've gotten away from boundary judges, maybe that number goes down to 14. But we need judges, we need assistants, we need chief judges, we need recorders, we need score runners, we need starters, we need people in the scoring office, we need people that support these pilots and these competitors in order for us to go out here and participate in this sport.
What I love about the International Aerobatic Club is that it's an emphasis on club.
Yes.
And people competing and volunteering are from all walks. Not only are there students of the collegiate teams, sometimes 19, 20 years old, flying here representing their colleges from the University of North Dakota and Metro State University in Denver, but also the United States Air Force Academy. Rob, you are a professional pilot, designated flight examiner, and flight instructor, corporate pilot, charter pilot. I fly primarily for fun. My day job covering aviation for CNN. Goody Thomas alongside us today treats aerobatic flying like his full-time job, although he has another job flying for a major airline. So you don't have to be a professional here to fly like one. And it really sort of brings people together from every, not only part of the country, but also part of the world and industries alike. It is pretty incredible the amount of variety that we have in the International Aerobatic Club. If you want to join us, IAC.org. Volunteer for a competition if you just want to check it out. You can be put to work or not, and often, usually, yes, put to work. We need to grow our corps, and it is growing. We had about 120 pilots here, representing about a third of all of the aerobatic competitors in the U.S., active aerobatic competitors in the U.S. But if you're interested, the first thing to do is join the International Aerobatic Club. It's very affordable. You'll get the magazine, Sport Aerobatics, and you'll also have access to IAC.org to see where events are being held near you. Often it's not just competitions. Sometimes there are practice days, judges' schools. We need everybody at every level. It is a volunteer-run organization, and pilots are truly, and volunteers, in this primarily for the love of the game. There is no cash winnings or prize to fly here in Salina, although pilots are doing it because they just truly love to fly and love the sport of aerobatics. A world sport, international sport, and will be in the world competition, will be in Batavia, New York for the first time in a long time in the continental U.S. in 2026.
Absolutely, and a lot of people look at the flying that we're doing here today and they may think that those stunts are crazy, but these are just the opposite of stunts. A stunt is something that you have potentially a dubious outcome. You're not 100% sure how it's going to go. These are precision aerobatics, and the level of precision that we try to apply to the flying that we do out here rivals that of the precision I try to bring to my corporate flying, and Goody tries to bring to his career as an airline pilot. He's trying to maneuver that vehicle as precisely as possible. Who do we have up next?
Today we're talking about the International Aerobatic Club, because next is where you see an organization where the president also is highly active in the sport. Jim Bork, president of the IAC, flying his MX Industries MXS. Jim of Scottsdale, Arizona. You were not able to hear his music today, which the judges are hearing. This is all set to music, by the way, and he's flying to a mashup of Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes and Sweet Dreams by the Eurythmics. The airplane, the MXS, very unique monocoque construction of no inner tubing. This is an airplane where the exoskeleton sort of is the skeleton, and it makes the airplane extremely strong, low drag, and lightweight. Jim's airplane, a very flat gray, very intriguing design. with some embellishments on the wingtips as he finishes his safety figure here in Salina, Kansas, to fly his 4-minute freestyle sequence. He wants to give a shout out to his girlfriend Emily, who's watching at home.
I've got an experience flying all the varieties of aircraft. In this contest, my first time competing with an MXS, that airplane has so much capability in it. So, if no one from Holland, as outstanding a pilot as he was able to put on such a fantastic show using this aircraft and its really advanced air show level capabilities.
Billy Thomas, you are poised with your stopwatch at the ready as we stand by here for Jim Borg, IAC president of Scottsdale, Arizona, to enter the aerobatic arena. How critical is time, and how do you measure your time in the airplane when you're so focused on looking outside and the next figure and what to do with the wind? I mean, it's got to be such a dynamic environment. How does time factor in?
You know, time factor in 4 minutes, believe it or not, goes pretty fast. And you cross-check it, just like you cross-check your figures, you cross-check your altitude. As you're coming back in the cockpit to check your altitude, airspeed for the upcoming figure, you take a quick glance at that stopwatch. You always try to keep taking a glance at that stopwatch because you don't want to go over. Jim is going to enter from very high up, a lot of energy. He'll be well over 300 miles an hour. Jim's been competing since the early 2000s and has just taken a break from aerobatic Aristi competition, but really enjoys the 4-minute free air show type flying. Jim was an avid RC pilot also. As Jim comes around, pushing the nose over, smoke is on, and here comes 1 and 2 and 3 wing wags.
The clock is going.
Winding up.
The clock has started for the judges here in the 4-minute freestyle of Jim Borg of Scottsdale, Arizona, as he moves across the batting box to a 2-point roll, followed by an inside tumble, and that is punishing. Wow. As Jim does the inside tumble across the aerobatic box, the judges are looking for dynamic display, one that is not only high energy, but also can be low energy, can be regimented like a Resti style flying, but also very creative like freestyle flying. So far we have seen a very creative sequence here from Borg in the first 20 seconds of his flight here.
Not a lot of smoke coming out of the aircraft. That could be a formulation problem, could be a smoke pump problem, and that being a rather new aircraft, he may be still trying to dial in certain elements of that. A lot of different smokes. There is a smoke oil out there, but some people like to put different additives in to change the volume, put multiple nozzles, increase nozzle size, really try to inject that smoke oil into the exhaust, get it to vaporize, and show a really nice full plume out there for the audience.
And you can see smoke, unlike in a normal aerobatic competition where it is forbidden. Smoke is allowed here in the 4-minute freestyle. It's a very different style.
Wait a minute, every single one of my flights had smoke coming out of my exhaust.
Jim holding it inverted across the box, now going into a tumble with the foot into the outside figure there, using the gyroscopic forces of the propeller to really twirl the airplane across the axis. He goes into the back corner of the box off to the southwest as he climbs up, kicks it hard, pushes it over for not 1 rotation, but 2 rotations of a hammerhead turnaround. The monoplane MXS, he now pulls the airplane back toward the center of the box, doing a half-point figure of 5/8 of a gun. We will see what Jim Borg has in store for us. We don't know really what they have planned in the style plan as he does the outside upload. Now bringing it with the next takedown core. The aerobatic box there with the floor here of the boat is 100 meters, 328 feet above ground level. We can now hear Jim music with his face as the judges come here on the judges' line. He goes up into the protocol, doing a spiraling down and now backing it up in a torque roll.
Go, baby, go!
Very elegant job by Jim Borg, IAC president.
Finds a lot of tricks on the hub.
There's another frisbee from Jim Borg. Folks, everybody can probably relate to the gyroscope. That spinning propeller on front of these airplanes is like a gyroscope. So you introduce a motion, it'll actually help the airplane tumble, or as Jim just demonstrated the Frisbee to us, it's pretty incredible how much gyroscopic activity is going on with that spinning prop. And any kind of force you put on it, whether you're using your feet with the rudders, as Jim's doing now, or if the flight controls, the elevator, you can get the nose of the airplane to move on the direction of the stick from all the gyroscopic precession going on with that propeller.
XS is a freestyle machine as Jim Bork finishes up his sequence here. 20 seconds left on the clock. The 4-minute limit on the 4-minute freestyle. We'll wait for the 3 wing lags, signifying Jim's completion of the sequence. This will likely be his last as he pulls up into the Cobra maneuver and hangs it on the prop. Jim Bork of Scottsdale, Arizona, and IAC International Aerobatic Club president, pretty much right on the nose there. My timer is going off right at 4 minutes.
Nice job, Jim.
Very nice. I noticed we had a very different reaction to seeing the second double hammerhead. Is there a disadvantage to doing a maneuver that a previous competitor has done?
That's a good question. I think it's all in the presentation of the figure. Yuichi's double hammerhead with that beautiful smoke in a biplane has a definitely different presentation than a monoplane, and depends on how you catch it also. Sometimes you can catch a double hammerhead beautifully where it's actually pivoting through the center of the cockpit, and then sometimes it's hard to catch. But yes, 2 different presentations completely.
Yeah, and a little bit of expectation subversion from the pits. We didn't expect that out of him, and so it was really mind-blowing to see the aircraft do that so elegantly.
I think Jim would rank high on the continuous flow of maneuvers that the judges are looking for. He really did a nice job of blending in figures to turn around, in some cases doing figures sort of as he was making a turnaround. Really interesting and dynamic sequence with, I think, a fair amount of symmetry too. He seemed to use sort of both edges of the box and the distance, the lateral distance from us, the y-axis. He's really sort of moved around using the full aerobatic arena here. As we stand by for Jeff Bourbon flying the extra 330 SC, who has been now checking in with on our box frequency here with Chief Judge Hector Ramirez. It sounds like Jeff will do a safety figure to make sure that everything is in place. What are you looking for, Goody, in a safety figure to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be?
You know, so in Aristi flying, when we're doing our warm-up figure, safety figure, a lot of it is predicated on the first figure of the sequence. So you want to do something, for example, let's say the first figure of the sequence is a hard push. Well, if you haven't done a hard push of that day, you want to get your body ready for that. You want to make sure those belts are really tight on your hips. So you'll probably see a competitor do a hard push on figure 1. They're also checking the wind, where they want to place the figure, where the figure ends up, and they recalculate that when they dive back in the box. As far as for the 4-minute freestyle, it's more of Jeff at this time just getting his body ready, what he's about to put it through, getting the belts, and you definitely like to see a right roll and a left roll. That's the continuity of control, making sure you have good control left and right. The pilots check this on the ground before they take off. They check it before they taxi to make sure no flight controls are binding. This gives the pilot one last time to make sure his or her buckles are tight, nothing was left in the cockpit, and that they are ready to go and warmed up. And by the way, this is our new 2025 U.S. National Aerobatic Champion. Jeff has been flying aerobatics for a very long time, well over 20 years. I've had the pleasure of spending a lot of time around the world with Jeff, a great friend and a great competitor, and he really turned up the heat this week and flew lights out. Congratulations to Jeff Bourbon, and I know we're going to see an unbelievable performance by Jeff.
Also a very creative aircraft engineer, famously combined 2 Yak 55s to make a Yak 110, which is powered by 2 radial engines and a 3rd jet engine in the middle. If you haven't seen his air show, it is absolutely amazing. I know one of those airplanes was previously owned by Jeff Nafziger, who was at my first aerobatic competition, and fun to see that airplane still in service.
Jeff, really a remarkable pilot, and brings 20 years of air show experience to these aerobatic competitions freestyle. This is different than what you would see in the normal competition flights we have seen all week. Now Jeff getting a chance to express himself through his flying. that is different than the unlimited style flying, regimented flying, and man, that must have been 2,000 or 3,000 feet of vertical penetration
He is up there.
as Jeff does the warm-up figure as he comes back down, diving at the box.
Did he hang the jet engine from the Yak 110 on the bottom of that airplane? Because that just went up.
He is the power out, and he is pitching straight at the ground with a belt check, half rolled to inverted, half rolled to upright. He has been flying air shows for some time, and he has also recently flown at EAA AirVenture in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, where he represented the International Aerobatic Club there. Jeff Bourbon now standing by for his 4-minute freestyle sequence as he climbs up away from the aerobatic box to the south here in the skies of Salina.
If I know Jeff, and I think I might know what is up his sleeve, but I'm going to keep it a secret. Everybody at home watching on that phone, computer screen, TV screen.
Start your screen record now.
Jeff Bourbon is probably going to really surprise you with a specific figure that he's going to start with as his sequence commences. But I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you the name of it. But when it happens, you'll hear me.
You're really building it up there, Goody.
And Jeff Bourbon has called in Chief Judge Hector Ramirez to start his music. That will signify his start here on the 4-minute freestyle sequence. Jeff has climbed up unusually for a lot of altitude here as he readies for his 4-minute freestyle sequence. Presumably, he will trade a lot of that altitude in for airspeed. So we will see what the first figure is here from Jeff Bourbon of Cave Creek, Arizona.
Yeah, he's about as high as Jim Burke was on the previous sequence. However, he is all the way downwind, whereas Jim started upwind. So this is going to be keep your eyes on the sky and watch as Jeff Bourbon dives into the box. Smoke on.
The smoke is on, and 3 wing wags signify the entry into the aerobatic box. There's 1, 2, and 3. The clock is running on Jeff Bourbon's 4-minute freestyle. He pulls up over the judges into a vertical line. Point rolls on the vertical line.
Ladies and gentlemen, watch so very closely as Jeff climbs through about 3,000 feet. Keep a close eye on the airplane as he enters an inverted flat spin. Jeff's through 1 turn, 2 turns, and all of a sudden, I believe he's going to do it, folks. Keep a close eye. He's in the blender.
Oh,
the blender
man.
today for the first time.
Ow! That hurt to watch. He had so much speed when he went into that Goody.
Jeff Bourbon is a madman when it comes to the negative G's. He has done almost nothing but negative G's for his first figure here in the first minute of his 4-minute freestyle sequence. He now brings it straight back down to the judges. Now transitioning into positive G's as he goes up to the left side of the aerobatic arena. Jeff Bourbon of Cave Creek, Arizona. He's climbing back on the left side of the aerobatic box, pointing the nose at the sky. Now with a hard kick of the left rudder, dot 1, 2 pivots of a hammerhead turnaround.
Jeff's doing a really good job at managing his energy. He had a lot of energy. Right now he's rolling towards the bottom of the box. He's going to continue to do maneuvers. 1, 2, 3, and snap rolls into a hover, transitioning into a torque roll, gaining some altitude back, which he'll transition into energy as he comes across the continuing rolling left.
Outstanding performance from Jeff in the 330 SC.
Jeff could be putting up a repeat. We might see another windmill coming our way. Nope, end over end tumble. Very nicely done, he'll catch it. You hear the power come off. He's using the power to come off to stop that gyroscope from spinning to help him recover. Jeff's doing an outstanding job today. Could he be doing a snapping half loop down? Only Jeff will know.
Very nice rolling and looping figure. Really incredible.
Yes!
By Jeff Bourbon, half loop down, walking.
Snapping half loop down. This is incredible.
Rolling turn now. He's done it on a completely different axis. Jeff Bourbon now going back course on the aerobatic box towards the southwest edge of the box. Really, northwest edge of the box. Really incredible flying here by Jeff Bourbon, your current U.S. national aerobatic champion.
He's just letting off steam now. He's won the championship. He knows he's good. He's just going to let it all hang out now.
Another windmill!
Oh.
Jeff's counting down. He's got about 30 seconds left. Look at him buffeting around the micro loop. He's pulling as hard as he possibly can. What is Jeff going to finish this off with?
Caps it off inverted. Jeff Bourbon working the power now, and you can hear the throttle coming in and out. From the tumble, now transitioning to a snap rolling turn. Rolling left, but turning right.
He's
Jeff
doing
Bourbon
snappy
running it
roll.
down on the
This
clock.
would normally be a hard zero in competition, but here he's making it real.
Snapping roller, snapping half loop down, windmills, blenders. Jeff Bourbon, 3 minutes, 52 seconds, everybody. Hell of a job, Bourbon.
Wow. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Folks, we are down to our final three competitors. If you are just joining us, this is the live stream from the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships in Salina, Kansas. You're watching the 4-minute freestyle sequence. This is a bit different. This is a combination of art and science as pilots really express themselves in their most creative form of aerobatic flying. They are limited to 4 minutes. They are limited on altitude. They are limited spatially in the aerobatic box, but they are unlimited in what they can do. This comes purely out of their imagination, all creativity from their mind's eye. This is pure expression of flight here at the U.S. National Championships in Salina, Kansas. The final flight before the end of proceedings here as we crown not only a U.S. National Champion in the unlimited category and name a new U.S. National Aerobatic team representing the U.S. on the world stage in the 2026 World Aerobatic Championships in Batavia, New York. We'll also crown a 4-minute freestyle champion as we stand by for Craig Gifford of Tennessee, flying his extra 330 SC. You can hear probably some of the radio chatter on the box frequency. Starter Doug Veda has released Jeff in the tower here that has been so game and willing all week with so many aerobatic airplanes on the 12,000-foot runway 1735. They have really worked in so much flying this week. We did 95 flights yesterday, and now Craig Gifford has been cleared into the box by Chief Judge Hector Ramirez as we stand by for his 4-minute freestyle flight. Goody Craig has accomplished so much flying, not only on the world stage in the advanced category not even 2 weeks ago, but now he is here flying hard in the unlimited category and has made the U.S. National Aerobatic team.
Yes, Craig is a proven competitor. He's been competing for many, many years. I've had the pleasure to spend a lot of time with Craig. He's an awesome pilot. He did very well this week. He put up some tremendous flights. Jeff, Craig, AJ, your 1, 2, and 3 finishers have been working extremely hard. I know their work ethic. Craig works very hard alongside Britt Lincoln, another top unlimited class competitor, as Craig comes around in the hammerhead turnaround in his safety check. But Craig is not only an accomplished aerobatic pilot, but he's an accomplished coach, helping so many of the pilots elevate to a very high level of flying. So we should see some exciting figures and elements from Craig today in his 4-minute freestyle.
Earlier we were thanking some of the local people, the tower controllers doing a great job, but also the local flight schools for moving some of their operations, limiting touch and goes pattern ops so that we could get all these aircraft in. The tow pilots who are responsible for getting the gliders up to altitude quickly and safely, and us able to facilitate continuous flow of competitors. But for us to be able to fly 98 and 95 competitors in a day is a fantastically huge feat.
Craig Gifford now on the right base leg for his 4-minute freestyle sequence here. here. 5,000 hours flying dozens of different types of airplanes, represented the U.S. on the world stage in the 2017 Unlimited team that won the bronze medal in South Africa, and he's been a multi-time member of the U.S. Advanced Aerobatic team, and he's taken the top 10 place in world competition. He's flying the extra 330 SC, which we've seen in such incredible numbers here at the Unlimited category of the U.S. National Championships in Salina, Kansas. Craig Gifford of Tennessee, we're now standing by for his 4-minute freestyle flight.
All right, Craig's music is loud. It's getting cranked up. Knowing Craig, everybody sitting at home, pay attention. You're probably going to see a very high energy, high snapping start. There's
the clock is started
third
now
wing
with the
wag.
third wing wag as Craig Gifford makes his way into the aerobatic box. They can make an entry of any type into the aerobatic box for the 4-minute freestyle sequence, so long as it is not a vertical line. And Craig Gifford coming in with a lot of energy and multiple snap rolls pointed right at the center of the box with a major cheek pull to the vertical line. Craig Gifford really showing off an aggressive style that judges, of course, love to see as he starts his 4-minute freestyle sequence here with a hammerhead off the top. He's now transitioning into a knife edge spin, an inside knife edge.
One turn.
Wow, that is really something now, an outside rotation. Craig Gifford really putting on a show for the judges. They want to see something dynamic. They also want to see the full range of the airplane and the full range of the pilot. Really something quite incredible here as he does an inside tumble away from the judges. That is a unique perspective, Goody, that you don't often see anywhere else but in a 4-minute freestyle.
It gives a very good perspective of the tail, swapping ends over the nose as he goes away. And like you said many times today, in air show flying, no energy can be projected at the crowd. Where here, our 4-minute freestyles, we can do stuff right at the judges, which gives a awesome perspective as he's in his torque roll, about 1,000 feet. We hear the power coming off, get the nose around as Craig comes around trying to gain some energy to get some altitude back up. His next figure about 1:30 into the scene.
If he had done that original series of tumbles breaking the judges with the smoke on, we would have never seen it. That was a very good tactic to leave the smoke off, so it was incredibly visible.
And what you'll notice is there is smoke in a 4-minute freestyle competition, something you don't see. It's actually forbidden in normal, typical, traditional aerobatic competition flying. This is something that adds to the drama and makes it so that Craig Gifford is easily seen by the judges as he completes a figure of a flat spin followed by some aileron rolls pointed straight at the center of the box. Outside snap rolls as Craig goes to the right edge of the aerobatic arena. He is hanging it on the prop now with a hammerhead turn into the wind. Remember, there is a strong southerly wind here through the aerobatic box, adding to the challenge as these pilots drive their figures towards the center of the box into the wind and keep things a bit more clipped as they go downwind because the wind increases their speed. Craig Gifford doing a marvelous job, a real masterclass here as he keeps the airplane very much in front of the judges for maximum impact, maximum excitement in the 4-minute freestyle sequence.
Craig also coming around the snapping, inside snapping roller to the left. Nicely done. He's coming up in his last 30 seconds of his sequence, coming right at the judges. Here we can do this in competition flying only in the 4-minute freestyle. Craig pulls a vertical as he ends up a tumble. Nice perspective, as Rob was saying. He's going to try to catch it.
What's he got left as he's getting to the end of his time here? What's he saving for last?
Looks like Craig is bringing it right down to the floor of the box. 100 meters, 328 feet. As Craig Gifford goes off into the 45 line, a half snap roll, 2 inverted. As he trades all of that excess airspeed for altitude, we will see what Craig Gifford has up his sleeve on the finale of his 4-minute freestyle sequence.
There's his wags. 1, 2, and 3. Stopping on the time.
Craig Gifford, everybody, great job. Again, outstanding week of flying for Craig Gifford. Second place finish, the unlimited category. Top-notch flying. It's always a pleasure to watch Craig.
That was some high energy stuff. I'm not sure that my extra 300 can do all of that, so I'm going to need to create a routine for myself that shows off the airplane's capabilities without overstressing it or damaging it. But that was amazing. Such a fantastically built machine, designed, engineered by Walter Extra, and the family business now. The son's taking over Extra out in Germany there. Fantastic aircraft.
It seems like we have had just a really incredible show to end the competition flying here at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships 2025. Goody, this is something that everyone really kind of looks forward to at the very end of a contest.
You're exactly right. They really do look forward to it. It's been a long week for everybody. People are coming from all over the United States, hopscotching across their country in their little magic machine, coming to see all these familiar faces, some new faces, to come together with the same camaraderie, the same like-mindedness, because everybody likes aviation, and this is one specific aspect of aviation that all of these pilots, all ages, from college students to long-lived aviators, love coming together and sharing their love of aerobatics. And to wind this week down with the 4-minute freestyle and then into our banquet tonight, and everybody can kind of just finally take a deep breath and relax, because it's been very competitive. At the end of the day, everybody likes to win. They do. However, once all the competition's over and it's done, you know, it's a lot of just hugs and sitting down and having some beverages and then telling stories and laughing about each other's mistakes and hearing about families. So it's a great way to finish this week.
Well, we've had a lot of great sponsors here this week for the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. The 4-minute freestyle itself was sponsored by Northwest Insurance Group Incorporated. Thank you very much to the folks over there at Northwest. A lot of us in the industry here have been working with Terry, and we know her, and she knows a lot of us by name and by airplane, which is great. You can tell her a tail number, and she says, "Oh yeah, I know Rob," or "I know Jeff," and it's always great to be working with our great partners at Northwest Insurance Group, sponsoring the 4-minute freestyle, as well as Extra, Aura Aero, Game Aerospace, MX Aircraft Company, American Champion Aircraft Corporation as well. Thank you to all our fantastic sponsors, as well as the town of Salina and the traffic controllers here in the local flight schools and businesses.
The tower has done a really incredible job all week, working in so many competitors. We had about 120 competitors from everywhere in the U.S. and really around the world in some cases, joining us to fly in the U.S. National Championships. But this is still an active airport, and I can hear what sounds like a regional jet just landing here. There's commercial service here at Salina, and they're working not only those airplanes in, but also us in and around them. They've done an incredible job.
This is no small feat.
It is not, and there's just so much coordination that takes place to put on such a large event like this. If you're interested in aerobatics, please come join us. IAC.org is your first spot. The judges have a brief break here. Everyone making the dash for the portalets as we stand by for our last 4-minute freestyle sequence flown by Marco Bow of North Carolina in an airplane also different, the lone example of its type here at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships, flying the high muscle radial engine of the Sukhoi Su-31. It's like as if Lockheed Martin designed aerobatic airplane. The Soviets, Sukhoi Design Bureau of fighter jets and other aircraft was put to work to design an aerobatic airplane, and this is what they came up with. An airplane of composite and titanium design. It is incredibly strong and it is incredibly unique. Round engine 9-cylinder radial, making it probably one of the most unique sounds that you'll hear really anywhere, and especially in aerobatic competition. Marco Bow has done an incredible job flying this airplane all week, and he has secured a spot on the U.S. National Aerobatic team It's representing the Carolinas and often coached by Huey, one of the greats of the Sukhoi, who has flown air shows around the world. Marco flying this very unique yellow, purple, and red, large, hulking monoplane, the Sukhoi Su-31, as he comes in here for his safety flight.
If you're enjoying the views of these airplanes and you're watching at home on the live stream, don't forget to thank Forrest Fox for all of his work out here alone in the soybean field with very little human contact except for some of us commentators.
He is a one-man band. He's been doing a remarkable job.
Putting on a fantastic show. Thank you, Forrest. Outstanding.
It has been a great live stream, and many of us saved many of us from dashing out to the airport to watch flights. We can watch it from the comfort of our hotel rooms before we have to come out and fly our punishing flights in the heat. It's actually been remarkable weather here all week. In Salina, Kansas, temperatures of about 80 degrees. The wind was calm early in the week. It has picked up, and today is no exception. Probably about 20 knots out of the south, creating a totally new challenge for the pilots as they come into the box here. Marco Bao now on the base leg, about to dive in for his 4-minute free. Goody, what will we be looking for from Marco in his 4-minute freestyle sequence?
You know, the Sukhoi is a special airplane. As you were talking earlier, it would be like McDonnell Douglas, Boeing, someone building a specific made airplane just for aerobatics. The research and development that went behind this airplane, the Sukhoi Design Bureau, as I flew one for 10 years, it's just a very well-built, well-thought-out airplane, from the ergonomics to the controllability to the engine that they chose to put on the front of this airplane. The Sukhoi has a very unique ability to do things at very, very slow speeds. It's got full span ailerons, and the size of the propeller disc is massive, so it produces a tremendous amount of thrust at slow speed. And the slow speed controllability is enhanced by the size of the full span ailerons, and it's got a very fat wing chord. So let's watch as Marco demonstrates this beautiful demonstration in the Sukhoi 31.
The clock has started on Marco Bao's 4-minute free. His dad in the audience. Marco Bao, a pilot for a major airline. You would not see him do this in a 737 as he does multiple snap rolls on the downline. Coming toward the center of the box now. He does the half loop up. Marco Bao flying the lone Sukhoi in the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Aileron rolls followed by outside snap rolls across the top into the spiraling tower. Marco transitions into the flat spin. There is 2 rotations. Now he brings it back toward the center again, trying to show the dynamic ability not only of the airplane, but it's really the pilot that makes it. And Marco has been working hard. We both started out in the intermediate category together when he was flying a laser. Marco quickly upgraded to the Sukhoi, and now really the sky is the limit for him as he has his family and little kids watching back home in North Carolina. Marco Bao doing a very good job representing the Sukhoi, and he will represent the United States on the world stage. He has secured a spot on the U.S. National Aerobatic Team.
Yes, and he's progressed very quickly through the categories, but not without the right way of doing it, with a lot of coaching. And he's done an outstanding job making it to the unlimited level I competed with him in 2022. Oh my! Really showing what the Sukhoi can do there, Marco.
Goody, what is the Sukhoi like to fly? What does it feel like?
You know, it's unlike any other aerobatic airplane that I've ever flown. It's a very hard airplane to fly, competition aerobatics well. You sit very reclined, the stick is big, your legs are out in front of you on sliders that are, you actually slide your foot into a stirrup, and it helps maintain the controllability of the rudders. It's a very beautiful, absolute Cobra, Marco just before. The control harmony is nice. Like I said, slow speed controllability is just unreal. And flying behind that big MPPF 400 horsepower radial engine is a thrill like no other. But a very unique airplane. It takes many, many years to learn to fly competition well in it.
Marco making it look easy and really showing the full capability
Inside
of the flight
tumble.
envelope as he does an inside
Nice
tumble away from the
view,
judges.
Marco.
A very interesting perspective. Now as he hangs
Into
it
a
on the
hover.
prop, this is something that we have not seen today in the 4-minute freestyle sequence. Marco Bau really showing the judges as he brings it down to the bottom of the box what not only the airplane is capable of, but what he is capable of doing with this airplane. He's going to point it right at the judges. This is max drama, max excitement as he pulls it straight up here over Salina, Kansas. Marco Bau of North Carolina putting the top of the wing of the very large hulking Sukhoi Su-31 toward the judges as he runs it down on the clock here, 45 seconds remaining in his 4-minute freestyle. The judges are looking for a dynamic sequence. They're looking for the placement of individual figures. They're looking for it to be in the optimum position, and they're looking for a pleasing flow here as well. They don't want to see something that's really herky-jerky. He does a tail slide there.
Watch closely. Watch closely. He couldn't catch it. He tried to catch it. Marco's signature maneuver.
I think he tried to stop the prop.
Tried to stop the prop. Always hard today. Marco. Awesome job, dude.
Marco Bau, a very nice finish to the 4-minute freestyle sequence here at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships in Salina, Kansas. It has been a pleasure to commentate for you here on this climactic end to a week of flying. I think that is our last competitor. I think Marco is the last. We had glider pilots who were slated to fly. The conditions are not exactly perfect for them, and we are, that concludes, I think, our live stream here all week.
Yeah, our friend from Arkansas didn't make it, correct?
I think that is accurate.
Okay.
Yeah. My name is Pete Montine, alongside Goody Thomas of the U.S. National Aerobatic Team, will represent us on the world stage in 2026 in Batavia, New York. For Rob Dumovic here, it's been a real thrill to be with you. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. Don't forget to become a member of the IAC, IAC.org. Sorry, we're working through it, and it's come to our attention that Philip Steinbach of Arkansas will fly for us. He's flying Worst Concours, just for honors only. Philip is not competing in the 4-minute free, although he is a very accomplished pilot of the freestyle type of sequence that we have seen. We've seen him fly at Oshkosh. He really sort of shows the full range and envelope of the Game Bird GB1, a newcomer to the competition circuit.
Well, Philip's going to bring the Game Bird 1 into the aerobatic box here, and while that aircraft is very, very similar in appearance to the Extra 330NG or the MXS, I feel that his air show is very reminiscent of Sukhoi's, and so we just watched Marco fly in his. Now we're going to watch an even more modern aircraft fly with quite a similar style potentially. We'll have to wait to see what Philip comes into the box and brings us, but I'm excited. I didn't think he made it in. I didn't see him before we left.
If you're just joining us on the live stream, this is the end of the long week of flying here that we have had in Salina, Kansas for the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships, and we have really saved the best for last. This is the 4-minute freestyle. We have seen all the competitors competing for the 4-minute freestyle championship trophy here at the National Championships fly in the aerobatic box. We have one more left. Who was slated on the list. We weren't sure if he was going to be flying, but Philip Steinbach of Germany and now of Arkansas, head of Game Aerospace, will be flying the Game Bird GB1 for honors only in the 4-minute freestyle here in Salina, Kansas. He's checking in on the radio now with Chief Judge Hector Ramirez. He has been cleared into the box by Chief Judge Hector Ramirez as he climbs now off the departure end of runway 17, flying the Game Bird GB1 of his own design, built in Bentonville, Arkansas. very unique-looking airplane, a monoplane, very long-legged landing gear, has a 4-bladed propeller, makes a very interesting noise. This is the future of aerobatic flying that you were seeing here, 2-seat design. Philip will show it off for you here now as he does his safety check and his belt check with a half roll to inverted with a big push to make sure that the seat belts are secure in a vertical line up. And now he'll humpty over the top here to make sure that the airplane is in fine form before he dives in for his 4-minute freestyle sequence. You often see these game birds in this very bright lime green color that shows up very well against a blue sky like we're seeing here in Salina, Kansas. Philip climbing now for some altitude. And the 4-blade prop really makes it have a unique sound.
It is definitely quieter than AJ's was earlier. He may still have it turned up to 2,800 RPM, but with that shorter blade length, you're not getting anywhere near the speed of sound, so you don't get those same shock waves that come off of the propeller tip. While those shock waves sound cool, they are actually negatives to performance potentially, as those shock waves create a bit of drag and destroy a bit of thrust, but the increase in speed along the rest of the blade can help to offset that.
The Game Bird, a newcomer and really in force here at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships, flown by Sean D. Tucker in the intermediate category, and Casey Siebel, who also flew very well, and Joe McMurray. Dr. Joe McMurray. Here is Philip Steinbach, flying for honors only, not a competition flight in the 4-minute freestyle sequence. Goody Thomas, you have competed in the 4-minute free, and we have seen Philip fly before at such large air shows as EAA AirVenture, and he has a very unique style.
Yes, Philip has a really unique style. I think we're going to see some very unique figures and maneuvers that we have not yet seen today. Philip has his own style that he's developed, and as you were saying earlier, the way the airplane is painted definitely helps in the risky side of things for judges to judge the way the airplane is rotating. As Philip comes around on the half rolling loop.
Rolling the airplane and looping simultaneously. There is no one flight control that is not in use right now. Philip Steinbach flying the airplane of his own design, and no one really flies it like him. Philip really has made an airplane that is tailor-made to his style, which is very, I would say, almost European in a way. He knows how to use the airplane at slow speed and at high speed. Really something very pleasing to the judges in the 4-minute freestyle sequence. They want to see the full envelope of the airplane and the full envelope of the pilot put to full use in a contrasting display of dynamic and regimented flying. And Philip Steinbach showing that off for you today, flying the Game Bird.
Really awesome airplane. Nobody in the world has more time in a Game Bird than Philip, and it really shows here as he's able to get 100% of the performance out of the airplane. Philip, in partnership with the Walton family out in Bentonville, Arkansas, and the Game Aerospace factory out there, not only developing aerobatic aircraft, but the GB2, which is an aerial firefighting and aerial application airframe, is in development as well, and so that's going to be really fun to watch that airplane go into service.
Philip bringing it to the floor of the box, now climbing up on the 45-degree vertical line, doing snap rolls, running it out of energy. Philip is a master of this airplane when it comes to the slow speed regime. He really has his own unique style of flying. This is punishing in its own way. This is not sort of the high G yank and bank. There's a lot of grace in flying this airplane. He really flies a sequence that is very much his own. He is a real visionary when it comes to aerobatic flying and also aerobatic engineering. One of the first clean sheet designs that we have seen in a long time, as he does a graceful move down to the bottom of the box, followed by multiple inside snap rolls. Philip Steinbach flying the Game Bird GB1.
This is not only low altitude, but it's also low speed, which is not a combination we typically see. He is down low, slow, right in front of the judges, showing off the controllability of this aircraft at a very, very slow speed. I would say the majority of this maneuver so far has been flown below 100 knots, which is almost unheard of in our high-performance model.
And there's a benefit to that. You know, he's not eating the box so quickly. He is able to fly a maximum amount of figures as he keeps the airplane at low energy, not whizzing through the box and then having to immediately reposition. Philip is constantly moving the flight controls here, keeping a very dynamic and interesting sequence for the judges, flying for honors only here at the 4-minute freestyle of the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. An inside roller followed by an outside roller, so turning and rolling in the opposite directions. Now he switched directions, now rolling and turning in the same direction, bringing it towards the judges for a very dramatic finish here. Philip Steinbach goes up into the vertical, does rolls to the left. We will see if he runs it out of airspeed. He is hanging it now on the prop, coming back through the tail slide, whipping the airplane down, and now hanging it inverted and pulling it down toward the center of the box. Philip Steinbach of Germany, now in Bentonville, Arkansas, showing us the full capability of the Gamebird GB1 in aerospace, a proud sponsor of the U.S. National Aerobatic Championship.
For anybody keeping time out there on YouTube world, yes, he's beyond 4 minutes. He is flying his air show routine, and we already finished off with that airplane to do. The first time I saw Philip out here at the 2019 National Championships in Salina, Kansas, he flew his entire air show routine and then went into the unlimited known sequence with no break to demonstrate that that aircraft could fly high levels of aerobatic proficiency, accuracy at very low speeds and low altitudes, and just kept going.
There are the wing bangs from Philip Steinbach as he exits the box downwind, showing us the full capability of the Gamebird GB1, ending our 4-minute freestyle with a true air show flight here as we end our live stream of a week of flying here at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships in Salina, Kansas. My name is Pete Muntean.
There's nobody else, right?
Dumovic.
Okay, yeah, we're actually done.
Alongside Goody Thomas. This is the official end of our live stream. Thanks so much for joining us.
I'm Rob Dumovic with Spread Aviation. Thank you and take care.